Hello and welcome to Hidden Dusk, a place where the night grows quiet and the shadows begin to tell their stories. Before we begin, dim the lights, get comfortable and relax. And if you enjoy calm and eerie stories like this, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Now, let the darkness guide you into tonight's story. The winter I turned 21, I left the bright, frantic streets of southern Ontario and moved halfway across the country to live with my boyfriend, D, in the quiet center of Alberta. He had grown up there, in a town so small that most people drove through it in 7 minutes and never bothered to blink. I had met him the previous summer at a music festival near Winnipeg, and something about his steady gray eyes and gentle way with words convinced me to pack my life into 2 suitcases and take the long, shaking train west as soon as autumn classes finished. My parents said I was being reckless. My friends joked I would freeze in 5 minutes. For a while it felt incredibly romantic, like an old folk song about young hearts chasing a dirt road sunset. But I learned quickly that country life can be both comforting and unsettling. Comforting, because there is enough sky to drown every worry you thought was important. Unsettling, because the dark here is thick, full, and almost alive. It settles over the fields and the ragged spruce forest like a second skin, wrapping every sound in heavy cloth until you hear nothing at all. Dee's family owned an aging single-wide trailer near the back of a modest park. 20-some lots huddled around a gravel horseshoe lane, half of them occupied by elderly couples who swapped casseroles and weather gossip, the other half by shift workers from the mill. On 3 sides, the community pressed against bush, miles of half-log timberland with hunting trails that converged on muddy game paths, and no streetlights beyond the last metal garbage can. The trailer itself leaned ever so slightly. The living room carpet bulged around an unseen hump. The exterior siding, once white, had turned the pale yellow of forgotten snow and rattled on windy nights. But I fell in love with certain tiny things. The smell of fresh coffee each dawn, the steady whoosh of freight trains somewhere beyond the tree line, the way the frost on Dee's bedroom window painted fern-shaped ribbons when the temperature fell below -20. The shed stood about 15 paces behind the trailer, close enough that you could jog to it in slippers, but far enough that it felt like its own world. From the front, it looked like any other prefab garden unit. Ribbed metal walls, a shallow roof that sagged after every snowfall, but inside it had become our pocket of privacy. Dee had dragged an ottoman and 2 plastic chairs onto a scrap of carpet, strung a single fluorescent bulb overhead, and tacked a poster of the Tragically Hip alongside an old Edmonton Oilers schedule from 1998. Whenever the trailer felt crowded with Dee's siblings, or when we simply needed silence, we would slip out the back door, cross the small yard, and pull the shed door shut behind us. The door never latched correctly. The tongue portion of the latch remained, but the strike plate was long gone. The wood beneath splintered into a jagged grin. Wind pushed it open if you didn't brace it. All that might have been ordinary if not for the neighbor 3 lots down. I never knew his full name. Everyone called him Gord. Gord seemed to own binoculars for the sole purpose of tracking people who dared breathe within 50 meters of his front porch. Curtains shifted whenever Dee stepped outside. Porch light flared whenever a car rolled by after dusk. Once, under the guise of returning a misdelivered magazine, Gord marched up our steps and asked why we had rearranged the deck chairs. He could see the new pattern through his kitchen window, he said, and preferred the old layout. Living next to Gord taught me to appreciate any space, however humble, where we could whisper without feeling watched. The shed became that place. We kept 1 dog, a spirited black and tan mutt Dee's youngest sister had named Whiskey for reasons no one remembered. Whiskey was half shepherd, half who knows what, built like a low rugby prop with oversized paws and an ever-wagging tail. She barked at ravens, at the vacuum, at our laughter. But she was also a coward. A scolding look could send her belly crawling for cover. She hated the shed's fluorescent bulb, maybe because the ballast flickered just enough to pulse shadows against the corrugated walls. Whiskey would sprint the yard when we slipped inside, but she never followed us through that narrow doorway. On a Saturday night in early February, maybe 9:30, maybe a little later, Dee and I finished supper, waited until his mother started the bedtime routine for the 2 younger kids, and then slipped into coats. Outside, the snow squeaked underfoot, that dry prairie kind that refuses to clump. A bluish haze hung over the park. No wind. Little puffs of our breath drifted past the weak porch light. We latched Whiskey's leash to a steel-ground stake so she could roam but not chase rabbits into oblivion, then tiptoed around to the back corner of the trailer. I told Dee something felt strange. He teased me for reading too many Stephen King chapters before bed. We nudged open the shed door, fumbled for the hanging string, and snapped the light to life. Inside, everything looked as usual. 2 milk crates held rolling papers and a battered ashtray. The chemical reek of wood stain lingered where Dee had attempted to patch a warped section of plywood floor. I shrugged off my gouged anxiety. Maybe it was only the shock of cold making me jittery. Dee twisted a joint between fingers, struck a lighter, and the tip glowed traffic cone orange. We perched on our chairs, letting the numb hush seep into us, and fell into the lazy conversation that cigarettes often invite. A row of fairy lights from the trailer's kitchen window cast a soft rectangle through the shed's single pane. For a moment, everything felt normal. Then I noticed the silence. It was thick, palpable, as though someone had lowered a wool blanket over the entire park. The highway a kilometer away produced a dull, constant hum by day. Late trucks throttling north for Fort McMurray, south for Red Deer, but now I heard nothing. No tire hiss, no diesel bray, not even Whiskey's chain clinking as she explored the yard. My ears rang in that unnatural pause. I lifted a hand to hush Dee mid-sentence. He raised a brow but obeyed. We sat, listening so hard our own blood pulse seemed deafening. 3 sharp taps clipped the night. Tap, tap, tap. They came from the left window about eye height. It sounded like someone drumming knuckles against glass, trying to get our attention. I whipped my head, expecting to spot a kid fooling around. The pane showed only dusky reflection. Dee whispered, "Did you?" and stopped because the answer was obvious from my posture. Silence reclaimed its throne. We waited, breathing shallow, hoping for rational explanation. After maybe 20 seconds, a new sound erupted. A heavy thud against the shed's exterior wall beneath the window. Then again. Thud. The vibrations shivered through the thin metal panel like fistfuls of gravel thrown at a dumpster, but deeper, fleshier. Not a branch knocked loose by wind. The evening air remained still. Not Whiskey. Her paws could bounce, but her 100 pounds of dog didn't hit with that dull, meaty resonance. We bolted upright. Dee stuffed the still-lit joint into the ashtray so hard sparks skittered across wood. A second thud, more violent, rattled the window frame. Instinct urged retreat, to hurl open the door and sprint to the trailer. Yet stepping outside meant exposing ourselves to whatever prowled the yard. We grasped for reason. Maybe a moose stumbled into the wall? But moose snort, clomp, break branches. They don't rap 3 times first. The banging halted. Quiet ballooned. I exhaled a shaky breath, tried to convince myself the event had ended. Without warning, the door slab behind me flexed inward with a hollow boom. I felt the impact through my shoulder blades. Not wood but metal yielding under force, pushing my body forward an inch before rebounding. Before I could spin, something scraped down the door's outer surface. 4 or 5 distinct points raking parallel lines like talons or huge nails. A groan of metal accompanied each draw. My stomach nodded. Some part of me reasoned we might be victims of petty vandalism. Another part shrieked run. The dog chain outside snapped taut, clinking, then fell silent again. Whatever had slammed the wall resumed. This time on the door, rhythmic hammering followed by that scalp-tingling drag of claws. I imagined a face inches beyond the thin barrier, grinning. I squeezed the knob uselessly. The latch didn't seat. My weight braced the door by accident. Had I stepped aside, the thing could have swung the panel free easily. The beating stopped as abruptly as it started. Through the sheeting hush, I detected retreating footfalls, soft, almost polite. Then Whiskey's tags jingled. She padded near the entrance, sniffing, tail swishing uncertainly. Dee whispered, "It's gone." We swallowed the question rather than answer. I eased off the door, fingers numb. I cracked the panel an inch, peering through. The yard lay silver under the quarter moon. Whiskey circled a patch of frozen grass, head low, hackles raised. I saw no intruder, A stand of pines rustled 30 meters off as if something brushed past. We seized the moment, bolted. I hooked Whiskey's leash, Dee slammed the shed light off, and we sprinted for the trailer. Boots skidded on snowpack. As we mounted the wooden porch, a dark lump shifted atop the roof. My gaze flicked upward. Something crouched near the eave, silhouette roughly human. Broad shoulders, arms drawn tight, but proportions wrong. Too long-limbed, head a shade too narrow. An instant later it scuttled backward, out of lamp throw, with a scraping sound like nails on tin. Dee yanked the door open and shoved us inside. Heat smothered my glasses with fog. I deadbolted the lock, heart thrumming. Inside, Dee's mother slept on a pull-out couch, television murmuring muted cartoons for the youngest, who often woke with night terrors. We tiptoed into Dee's bedroom, closed the door, and collapsed against the mattress. My palms burned from gripping the leash. Whiskey curled under the desk, whimpering. A dog that normally hoofed at every passing car now cowed silent. Dee whispered, "Explain." I whispered back everything I'd felt. The vibration of metal, the claw drag, the shape on the roof. He pressed knuckles against lips, thinking. "My cousins talk about skinwalkers," he said quietly, almost embarrassed. I never believed. I thought of the stories my Metis camp counselor once recited around bonfires. Spirits wearing stolen pelts, mimic cries, odd knocks in threes. I had chuckled then, half thrilled by the scare. Sitting in that dim bedroom, the memory offered no comfort. We debated calling police. What would we report? A tall, unknown figure banging on a shed, then leaping onto a roof? The nearest RCMP detachment was 30 minutes east. By the time officers arrived, the perpetrator would vanish like smoke. Dee suggested we test rational options first. Maybe a large owl had swooped low, brushed the tin, crashed a wing. Maybe Whiskey's chain had tangled, jerked the stake, rattled door metal. But none of those accounted for the tapping, 3 measured knocks like fingertips on glass, or for the claw marks. We needed daylight. We did not sleep. I spent hours holding Whiskey's collar, listening for footfalls outside. Branches ticked windows, each tap a fresh jolt. At dawn, the household stirred. Dee's mother brewed coffee. The younger kids argued over cereal. Pale light filled the kitchen. We pulled boots on and stepped outside to investigate. The shed door bore 5 parallel gouges, each about 8 inches long, gouging through paint down to bare steel. The scratches started mid-panel and dragged to the latch edge. The metal at the strike opening bent slightly inward where something had shoved. Kneeling, we compared marks to Whiskey's claws. Her paw pads measured maybe 2 inches. The gouges sat 5 inches apart, wider than canine or even cougar prints. On the window, we found faint smudges, as though 4 fingertips had pressed greasy tracks around eye level. No prints judged by RCMP standards, just blurred residue like the oils of skin mixed with dirt. No shoe tracks in the snow, only cratered impressions near the door, quickly softened by overnight frost, footprints bigger than mine by a margin, but too weathered to photograph. We tried to laugh it off. Dee teased that I attracted strangeness. I joked he should replace the latch before the shed turned into open concept. We burned sage near the doorframe. My grandmother once taught me the basics, though I am no medicine person. Smoke curled into cold air, scent of earth and memory. Something in me calmed, yet privateness had vanished. I avoided the shed after dusk. Lighting a smoke alone felt dangerous. Gord kept spying, but now seemed least of my worries. Nights brought uneasy dreams. I wandered the spruce cut line, heard deliberate knocking, turned and glimpsed a tall blur with hands too long, mouth stretched wide, voice mimicking my father's accent. I'd wake sweating, swear I heard claws testing siding. 2 weeks later, curiosity pressed Dee and me to research. We opened laptops, typed Central Alberta Skinwalker, though part of me despised the sensational word. We read about Wendigo, Wechuge, bad spirits that lure travelers with familiar voices. Each account felt too distant to tie neatly to a trailer park shed. Folklore requires place memory, we had little. The local library held microfilm about homesteaders, a 1930s mill accident, stories of a drifter found frozen near the rail spur. Nothing about strange lights or prowlers. One afternoon, we drove an hour to the nearest First Nation reserve, hoping to find someone at the cultural center willing to speak. A receptionist listened politely, then guided us to an elder named Helen. Her wrinkled face warmed when she heard we sought stories respectfully, not thrill. We relayed our experience carefully, omitting no details but avoiding loaded terms like skinwalker. She nodded often. When finished, she paused a long while, gaze on the floor. "Not all things out there are story talk," she began. "Some are just men with sickness in brain. Some are hungry animals. But there are old ones who watch. They stay at edge between bush and light. They learn by trying doors, windows, hearts. You feel them because they want you to feel them." She advised us to keep the sage practice, to sprinkle cedar chips around the yard, to speak aloud words of protection drawn from whichever faith we trust. Christian, Cree, anything. "What matters is respect and boundary," she said. "If you feed fear, they come again. If you feed anger, same. Be still, be firm. They pass." We thanked her, placed a small donation in the center's box, and drove back through gray plains. Snow squalls blurred the highway. Dee tightened his grip on the wheel. "Do you believe?" he asked. I shrugged. Belief had shifted beyond categories. Something existed, that much was obvious. Spring thaw arrived sluggish. Tins of half-melted ice lined eaves. The dog gained boldness again, chasing squirrels by day, choosing to sleep on the couch rather than under desks. We borrowed a cordless grinder from Dee's Uncle Larry and fixed the shed latch with a replacement plate. We patched gaps, painted. Life regained routine. Still, at night I carried a pocket of salt and a chunk of rose quartz, a habit borrowed from old rituals and New Age shops. And if Dee offered a smoke after sunset, I declined or insisted we stay under the orange porch bulb. Several times we debated leaving. I could return to Ontario, finish college online. Dee might join a pipeline crew up north where money flows like crude. But departure felt like surrender. Instead, we set rules. No nightly shed sessions. If something tapped, we would not open the door but turn on exterior floodlights. Speak calmly. Wait. We dug a little garden patch, planted lavender. We tried, in Helen's words, to rebuild boundary. Months passed. No more knocks, no scratches. Yet each silence we treasured trembled on edge of memory. The memory of 3 taps on glass, of metal buckling like foil, of something crouched above porch lamps ducking from sight. When I consider walking into those woods alone, an invisible rope tugs my gut. A reminder that some questions do not deserve pursuit. Not every mystery is for solving. Some serve to teach humility. I never told my parents. They would attribute tremors to my schizophrenia, to medication fluctuations. Maybe they wouldn't be entirely wrong. I'd seen auditory hallucinations dissolve into thin air before, but Dee felt the door bend, saw the claw scars. Whiskey cowed. 3 realities converged into one truth. Explanation might remain beyond reach, but experience does not vanish merely because daylight insists ghosts are impossible. Sometimes, early mornings while Dee's mother sips tea and the kids chase cereal hoops across laminate, I slip outside with seeds for the sparrows. The air smells of wet soil and sap. The shed sits quiet. I run a finger along the fresh paint where scratches once gleamed. They remain faintly raised beneath primer, a braille reminder. I speak a soft greeting to the line of spruce. Then I step back inside to boil water for coffee, grateful for ordinary breath, ordinary dawn. Whatever watched us that February night taught a lesson older than any campfire tale. The dark is vast and patient, and sometimes it reaches to test thin walls. Yet dawn also rises, and we choose how to meet the hours between. I turned 16 at the start of summer, right when the air over the hayfields bowed with heat and cicadas cried all day. Most evenings I drove lonely county roads from my family's place to my boyfriend Jay's house. A trip that slid past wide cattle pastures, tight cedar thickets, and stretches of shallow creek bed. I thought I knew every curve of pavement, every half-crumbled barn and mailbox along the way you learn a path you travel too many times to count. Then the whistles started, and every mile grew wrong in a way I could not find words for. The first night it happened, I was walking up Jay's dirt drive close to midnight. There was no moon, just a black sky that swallowed the tops of oak trees. My phone's flashlight threw a weak puddle ahead, so I would not fall in the washouts that spidered across the track. Hogs root up that driveway every spring, and if you do not watch your step, you will end the evening with a twisted ankle. I was halfway to the porch when the night snapped quiet. Frogs shut their throats, wind quit rustling dry grass, and even the hum of distant highway tires faded, as if someone had clicked a mute switch. Out of that dead air came a whistle I had never heard. The sound was not musical or friendly. It sliced the dark sharp as a nail dragged across tin. Two short notes that should have echoed but did not. I swung my phone light toward the barbed wire fence on my right. Between the cedar trunks stood a shape too tall and too thin to be any neighbor's cow. The beam caught a pair of greenish-yellow reflections where eyes ought to be, but the shine felt wrong, almost oily, and the pupils did not blink the way an animal's eyes blink under sudden light. I could not see anything like a nose or a jaw or even arms, only an outline that suggested long limbs folded against a trunk of a body, lank hair or fur hanging in strips, and those eyes staring right at me as though the light pulled them closer instead of scaring them back. My legs woke first, and I turned in the gravel, sprinting so hard the breath scalded my chest. Jay's window sat loose in its frame because the house had settled strange on the red clay hill. So I slid it up, threw myself over the sill, landed half on his bedroom rug and half on a stack of denim. Jay jolted in his desk chair where he had been scrolling his phone, and the swivel pitched backward. He did not shout, worried about waking his dad. Instead, he whispered my name 3 times fast and asked if a copperhead had chased me again. I tried to answer, but my tongue would not catch the words. While he ducked across the hall for water, the window rattled behind me. Glass quivered in the track, though no wind moved. I spun and saw the same 2 spots of light, closer now, pressed right against the pane. My mind told me that a figure outside should look bigger up close, but somehow the shape appeared to melt into the shadows, stretching thin so it could hide behind the sill's thin edge. Tried the latch with clever fingers, a click-tick-tick as the mechanism jiggled. I sucked in air, but before a scream could claw out, Jay bounded back, plastic cup in hand. The instant he crossed the threshold, the thing ducked beneath the sill, and the grass outside swished. Jay slammed the window and drew the skinny curtains, holding them in his fist like they were reins that could keep a nightmare from barging inside. I stayed the night. Jay's room smelled of cedar chips stashed in old hunting boots, a smell I used to like, but that night it mixed with dust and fear and made me stare at the ceiling until sunrise. Jay walked me to my car the next morning, his dad still snoring in the back room, and I swore the sun felt weak, like watered-down coffee, barely able to push shadows from the ditch. Driving home, I tried to decide whether I had seen a real creature or a trick of nerves. Memory insisted I had watched hands grip the wood, but my brain argued that shadows do not sprout hands. By the time I reached my own gravel turnoff, I convinced myself I had overreacted to a deer startled by my light. Deer freeze, eyes blaze, and they can look taller than they are when they rear. I told myself this lie so many times that day I almost believed it. 3 weeks later, I picked up my friend P to drop her at her boyfriend's trailer before heading over to Jay's again. The night was cooler, a big clear sky with faint starlight. On the way back, I reached an old 1-lane bridge that crosses a creek bed that dries to cracked mud by July. My headlights swept the planks, and there in the middle stood a deer, or at least something that wore the idea of a deer like a costume the wrong size. Its legs were jointed odd, knees above where knees should be. Its belly clung narrow to the spine, ribs showing like broom handles under brown velvet hide. The neck stuck too long and crooked, and the jaw hung low on one side, swinging loose. All that horror poured into me at once, and I braked. Because the bridge is narrow, I could not swing around the animal without smashing fenders. I tapped the horn twice. No reaction. I turned off my brights, hoping the creature would wander forward. Instead, it took 2 shaking steps toward me, hooves scraping cedar planks. Heat crawled up the back of my neck. I honked again, harder. The deer, if I can keep calling it that, jerked sideways, leapt the 3-foot rail, and dropped 11 feet to the dry creek bottom. I expected the thud of bone on rock to make it thrash in pain, maybe break a leg and lie still. Both front legs bent wrong under that fall. Yet the creature sprang upright on hindquarters alone, balanced a second, and then scuttled off into the tangle of Johnson grass on two legs like a twisted man wearing a deer head. My tires screeched. I shot down that bridge and hammered the gas until the speedometer kissed 90. When I skidded into P's boyfriend's drive, dust spooled ahead of the beams. P climbed in, saw my face, asked what tornado I had outrun. I spat the story in one breath, hands trembling so bad she had to click my seatbelt. We drove home silent except for her breathing. After that night, I saw the creature often. Not always up close, but enough. It lingered in bar ditches, skulking behind cattle trailers rusting in fields, perched on low quarry rocks. Each time the body looked the same. Long, starved, limbs slightly off the angles God intended. The empty jaw, the dead eyes reflecting my headlights. Those stayed, too, like lantern glows that nobody bothered trimming. Whenever I spotted it, I clenched the wheel, counted seconds until I passed, and tried not to swerve. Evenings turned into autumn. One Saturday afternoon, my mother caught me pacing the kitchen, phone in hand. I asked if she knew any stories about strange things outside town, figures that whistled. Her spoon stopped stirring beans on the stove. She stared at the bubbling pot, mouth flat. Then she said this. When she turned 15, a shape started trailing her on night walks, standing under floodlights at softball practice edges, calling her name in her best friend's voice. She described the long limbs, the crooked jaw. She said the last time she saw it was the week I hit 15. For her, the sightings just stopped. The story chilled me, but a part of me felt relief that someone else had witnessed the impossible. I pressed further, texting my grandmother on Mom's side. Granny replied after dark, words short. Yes, she had been followed by whistles from the pasture fence. The noises ended when Mom reported her own first sightings. Granny had feared the pattern and never told my mother, hoping silence might keep the curse from hopping generations. Reading that text was like feeling a trap snap beneath me. From that night on, I named the creature Jared, trying to shrink my fear by pinning something plain to its horrors. Saying Jared out loud was easier than saying the word skinwalker, which P had looked up on the internet after the bridge incident. Legends mostly belonged to Dineland far west of us, but Oklahoma had its own pockets of old stories. Creatures that could steal a voice, fold themselves into the shape of a known animal, or walk like a man after wearing the animal's hide. I had no proof Jared fit the legend, but the wrong antlers, the sick jaw, the way it mimicked voices, those details married too clean with what people whispered across dark patios. 2 nights ago, I decided proof mattered, at least enough to show P I was not losing my mind. I tucked my phone in the dash cradle, camera ready, and headed to Jay's again. The sky held a swollen gibbous moon, just bright enough to sow faint silver along cow ponds and tin roof sheds. Within 20 minutes, I saw Jared 4 times. The last time he stood behind a Greene County speed limit sign, body hidden, only eyes above the aluminum edge. They glimmered cat-eye yellow. I thumbed the shutter. The picture came back grainy, but 2 points of light floated center frame. I texted P, "Call me and stay on the line." She rang instantly. While I described the thing shaking behind the sign, Jared stepped into the open, thin shoulders rolling under hide. I drove on, voice tight, telling P every time I caught the creature in peripheral vision. She told me to stay talking, to keep breathing, that she would count my breaths if I needed. The phone felt like a small rope tying me to daylight, even though it was near 1 in the morning. Jay's driveway curls half a mile across his family's acres, up a ridge where wind breaks into smaller gusts. That night, the breeze held still, and the silence felt squeezed. I parked behind Jay's Dodge, climbed the same window, and bolted the cheap latch. Jay clipped a portable lantern to his ceiling hook, flimsy plastic casting a blue glow. We sat knee to knee while I replayed the night sightings, handed over my phone, showed him the photo. The pixels shimmered and blurred when he zoomed, but the twin eyes burned through grain. His mouth flattened like my mother's had. At 1:30, he left for the restroom down the hall. The door clicked. I wrapped his quilt tighter, trying to steady my heart by counting the squares in the pattern. Then the window shook. A soft rattle first, then a heavier tug. The curtains puddled, so a sliver hung open, and through that gap 2 yellow coins fixed on me. From somewhere beyond the glass came P's voice, gentle, coaxing, only half disguised. "Hey, it's me. Can you open up?" The cadence matched her almost perfectly, but not the tone. The tone was empty, scraped clean of warmth. Fingers pressed the sash, nails tapping. My throat pinched shut. The latch creaked a millimeter. I could not stand. Legs refused. The voice repeated, "Let me in," softer, more patient. Exactly the words P might use if she had forgotten her house key. The lock shuddered again. When Jay's steps returned down the hall, the voice ceased mid-sentence. Jay crossed the carpet, saw my stare, looked at the window, and seemed to shrink inside his flannel. I told him everything, what I heard, how it mimicked. He believed me. His dad kept a dusty hunting rifle above the laundry shelf, and Jay stole it and a long Bowie before we dared open the curtains. The yard looked ordinary, black and silver under the moon. We stayed sitting upright until dawn, every creak in the siding making us flinch. When the stars washed out in pale pink, Jay insisted on walking me to my car. He carried the rifle loose but ready, barrel down. The air smelled like wild onion and dew. I scanned every fence line. Nothing moved beyond the usual scurry of jackrabbits. He kissed my cheek, said, "Drive fast. Text when you clear the highway." Promised. He closed the passenger door, then jogged inside, bolting the house.
The drive home felt false, like a movie replaying. My headlights caught no deer, real or otherwise. No sign of Jared. But each field I passed looked deeper. Every cottonwood shadow stretched too long, and when the wind leaned through my cracked window, I smelled rot. Faint, like old roadkill stale in sun. Memory or omen, I cannot say. That brings me to the present moment, writing all this before the details slide crooked in my memory. I need a plan, beyond hoping the thing grows bored. I read about sage smoke and cedar ash lines at doorsteps, about iron tacked into thresholds, about never speaking your true name where the thing can hear. My family holds a kind of old Baptist faith mixed with my great-grandmother's Choctaw stories. So tomorrow I will ask Granny to bless a jar of river salt, and I will sprinkle it along my window ledge. I will hang cedar branches above the frame, knot them with red yarn, whisper a verse into each, not the way she taught me when I was 6 and afraid of storm lightning. I will also do the simple, ordinary precautions. Jay has motion lights we can install under his sill, the sort that flash broad daylight across the yard. I will drive roads earlier, in the leftover glow of sunset, and if I must be out late, I will travel with P or my older brother. Maybe Jared can smell fear the way coyotes smell blood. Maybe it loses interest when witnesses stand shoulder to shoulder. Still, I think about the pattern. My grandmother haunted until my mother turned 15, my mother haunted until my birthday. Jared traded generations like a traveler switching buses, always riding beside the youngest woman old enough to scent. If the creature obeys that rhythm, maybe stalking me is only a stage. But I have a sister who will hit 15 too soon, and dread coils hot in my stomach when I picture those yellow eyes fixed on her. So I write, and I remember, and I stay awake when the house creaks at 2 in the morning. Outside my curtain, the yard lies quiet, moonlight washing the patchy grass, and somewhere beyond the road, a coyote yips. I tell myself that is all it is, just a coyote. I hold my phone and flip through the grainy photo again, the one where 2 eyes float disembodied above a steel post. Part of me thinks if I stare hard enough, the image might resolve into a trick of the pixels, but the light remains as steady and patient as the creature that owns it. Tomorrow I will drive to school in daylight, run track practice under bright metal bleachers, and laugh with P in the lunch line. I will pretend, for those hours, that the world stays ordinary. Then the sun will fall again behind the wheat elevator, the sky will cool to navy, and the roads I know too well will stretch long beneath wheels. I will check my mirrors. I will breathe. And whether I glimpse Jared in the ditch or not, I will remember that whistles do not belong to deer, that voices outside windows sometimes were the wrong heartbeats, and that courage, tonight, means seeing all of it and still turning the key in the ignition, still driving forward, because I will not surrender the women in my family to a stalker without a fight, no matter what shape he chooses to take.
I live on Vancouver Island, the long mountain-backed stretch of green that lies just off the coast of mainland British Columbia, close enough to Washington state that on clear winter evenings, You can see the glow of Seattle across the strait. The island is wide, rainy, and stitched with more logging roads than paved ones. Old cedars lean over misty valleys, and the sea creeps deep into broken bays where wolves sometimes pad the sand at dawn. My girlfriend, now my fiancée, belongs to one of the new Chenolf nations on the far west coast. Her people have fished, hunted, and raised families by those harsh Pacific beaches since long before any mapmaker wrote the words Vancouver Island on a chart. When we first began dating, she told me stories about growing up in a settlement so small the forest claimed it if no one swept the boardwalk for a week. At low tide, she and her cousins would hide in the caves under the headland. At high tide, they would run the shale beach barefoot, chasing foam blown from breakers as tall as houses. After a year together, we planned a quiet off-season trip to Tofino, the surf town that sits at the end of the only highway that crosses the island from east to west. Anyone who has made that drive will remember how the road leaves the populated east side, threads narrow canyons, skirts mirror-black lakes, climbs a pass flanked by avalanche chutes, then drops through rain-shiny bends until at last the smell of salt flares through the dashboard vents. For 3 days we lived on coffee from the tiny bakery, beer from the lone liquor store, and fish tacos wrapped in wax paper. We watched storms slam the rocks at Chesterman Beach and laughed each time sideways rain chased us back to our motel. By the fourth morning, November sunlight stretched weak across wet pavement, so we pointed my truck east to go home. Night fell early. The winter sky thickened to the color of iron before we even reached the turn where Highway 4 winds between the cliff faces at Kennedy Lake. A little before 8 we eased through Cathedral Grove, the old growth stand where fir trunks tower like columns inside a ruined stone hall. That is when my fiancée suggested a detour. Her uncle and aunt had settled in Port Alberni after leaving the coastal village years earlier. She had not seen them since she was 16. The town lay right on our route, so I agreed. We would drop in, say hello, accept coffee, and push on to Nanaimo before midnight. Fog built as we descended the Alberni summit. The truck's high beams cut only a short tunnel through drifting silver. At 8 on a Sunday most stores had long gone dark. Only the pulp mill threw yellow lantern glow against low clouds. We found the address at the edge of town where paved roads turn to gravel and houses stand on stilts above the wet ground. A porch bulb burned weak beside a sagging screen door. My fiancée breathed deep, smoothing her hair. On the drive, she had explained that Uncle Arthur carried the hereditary chieftainship of their home village. He was an honored speaker at potlatch gatherings, a keeper of songs, a man whose words mattered. I stepped out of the truck, rehearsing a polite hello in my head. We entered through the back door into a small warm kitchen. Aunt Kathy was lifting a pan of chocolate chip cookies onto a cooling rack. Steam rose in ribbons, filling the air with chocolate and vanilla. She laughed wide when she saw my fiancée, wrapped her in a flour-dusted hug, then turned her welcoming smile on me. I introduced myself by both first and last name, adding a thank you for letting us drop in without warning. She waved the apology aside, fetched mugs, and soon she and my fiancé were deep in talk about who had married, who had quit fishing, and who would drum at the next powwow. After 10 minutes, Kathy placed half the cookies onto a flowered china plate and asked if I would carry them to Arthur, who was watching television in the front room. I took the plate, careful not to spill crumbs down the hallway runner. The house felt quiet except for the hum of the wood stove fan and the low murmur of voices behind me. At the end of the hallway, a doorway opened into a large, dim living room paneled in knotty pine. Firelight flickered on trophies from Arthur's younger basketball days. The television glowed blue, showing late-night news. Arthur sat in a wide brown recliner, his shoulders square, his weather-lined face set in concentration. He wore jeans, a pressed rugby shirt, and an old navy ball cap that sat slightly crooked on close-cropped gray hair. I set the cookies on the cedar burl coffee table, introduced myself again, and waited. His eyes stayed on the screen for 2 beats, then moved to me. He nodded, motioned toward the couch that ran along the wall, and asked me to sit. He muted the TV but left the picture rolling. For 15 minutes he asked questions with calm precision. How long had I lived on the island? What work did I do? Where were my parents from? How had I met his niece? When I told him about my job running salmon smolt counts for the Department of Fisheries, he leaned forward, sudden interest sharp in his eyes. We spoke about the spring run when water thunders under the old bridge by his village, and how the eagles scream so loud a person can feel the cry warm in the bones. The conversation drifted easily. He told a story about rescuing a beached orca calf when he was a boy. I described learning to surf tiny storm waves on a foam board. He chuckled at my clumsy first attempts. When we compared notes on local hiking trails my fiancé and I had walked earlier that week, Arthur grew more animated. We spoke about the path that winds from the village wharf to the cliff that locals call Red Rock. In summer, children jump from the flat top into the deep pool below while parents barbecue salmon on driftwood fires. Arthur smiled as memories crossed his face. Then, without warning, the smile stiffened. The amber firelight flickered across his cheekbones, and his gaze slipped toward the dark window behind me. He raised the remote and clicked the television off completely. Silence pooled across the room, broken only by the stove fan and the distant clink of dishes in the kitchen. Arthur rubbed his chin, staring at the floor. I waited. At last he asked, his voice low, "That cliff trail you walked, did she take you all the way to the Red Rock?" I said yes. He nodded once, slow like a man confirming a guess. Then he asked if we planned to return. I told him the truth. The coast felt magical, and we intended to visit again, maybe in spring. He pressed his palms against his knees, as if steadying himself. He told me he believed I held respect for the land and treated his niece with kindness. Because of that, he said he wanted me to carry his blessing if I ever walked that trail again. I thanked him, unsure why permission felt so weighty. He leaned forward until his weather-creased face was a hand's breadth from mine and said words in his language, fluid consonants that rolled like water over stone. When he returned to English, his voice was rougher. He said those words were meant to keep me from harm should I cross paths with the Esiskzak. I asked what that word meant. Arthur folded his hands. In his people's tongue, he explained, Esiskzak roughly translates to wild man. He said the elders spoke of tall beings who live between the cedar shadows and the mountain mist. Their bodies are heavy with muscle, their feet wide, their coat thick, brown, sandy, sometimes almost black, blending so perfectly with tree bark that a hunter might stand 5 paces away and think he looked at stump and fern until the stump breathed and stepped aside. They live quiet and less disturbed. They watch more than they reveal. Unseen, they guide those who walk the forest with care and frighten those who treat the land with greed. Outsiders call them Sasquatch. My mouth went dry. I had heard stories, of course. Vancouver Island bars echo with them. Loggers claiming a screaming howl chased them from a skidder at dawn. Hikers finding tracks the size of dinner plates in the snow. Berry pickers certain someone mirrored every step just inside the thicket. I thought most tales were the kind of jokes people tell newcomers. Yet something in Arthur's calm telling rang different, as if he described a neighbor rather than a myth. He asked whether I believed. I started to give a polite, non-committal answer, something about keeping an open mind, but he cut me off with a slow shake of his head. He said doubts are natural. He himself had questioned the old stories when he was young, even though his father and grandfather swore they were true. Then one October he had gone night fishing alone. Arthur fixed his gaze on the dark window. He told me that story in a steady voice, but the memory weighed heavy. He had climbed the river path long after sunset, following moonlight that spilled over the mountain. He carried a cedar shaft spear tipped with an old metal harpoon head. Salmon packed the bend below a sheer bank where the water slowed, making easy targets. He speared quietly, laid the fish on a gravel shelf, and worked downstream a little farther than usual, thinking of winter smokehouse meals. Hours passed. Mist clung to the ferns. The forest hush deepened until it felt alive, pressing close around his chest. A branch cracked on a high bank. He froze, spear balanced waist-high. Above the rush of water he heard no wind, no owl, nothing but his own pulse. He looked toward the sound and saw 2 faint lights, greenish-yellow, right where I height should be if a tall person stood behind the cedar trunks. The lights did not blink. They studied him. Moonlight silvered the moss, and against that pale shimmer he could just pick out a form. Shoulders like carved wood, thick arms, a head topped with what at first looked like spruce fronds, but he realized was hair touched by moon glare. The being held still, only the slow rise of breath betraying life. Arthur sank deeper into the river, cold water sliding up his chest, hoping the current smell would hide his own scent. He let the spear drop gently until its tip rested on the gravel. The figure stepped along the bank, huge feet silent on roots, always keeping trees between them. At one point it paused only 15 yards away, the moon flashing along its flank. Arthur thought of running, but the steep bank behind prevented scrambling out quickly, and the river gorge offered no easy escape. Instead he bowed his head, not fully submerged, just low enough to show respect, and whispered the same words he later gifted to me. Long minutes passed. The wind shifted, carrying his scent upstream. The figure lifted its head, sniffed the night, and moved off upslope with long, effortless strides. When it vanished behind hemlock shadows, a chorus of howls rolled across the ridges. Not wolf, not cougar, but deeper and stranger, voices that rose and fell in patterns like speech. Arthur gathered his fish, left half on the gravel as offering, and walked home by first light, never doubting again. He stopped speaking. The room felt colder though the fire still flickered. I swallowed but did not find words. He leaned back, replaced his cap, and said if I entered those woods again I must do so as if stepping into someone's house. Knock with my heart, carry good thoughts, leave gifts when I took fish or berries, and never whistle after dark because whistling invites an answer. Those were the rules. Keep them and the wild men would let me pass. Break them and even a clear sky might not bring me home. A knock startled both of us. Aunt Kathy stood in the doorway, arms crossed, smile wide. She asked whether Arthur was bothering the guest with ghost stories. He grinned, a younger grin than before, switched the television back on, and said I was free to believe or not. I thanked him for the talk, but he pulled me into a hug, his voice at my ear. Never forget. They watch. We left soon after, driving east through midnight forest. Mist hugged the ditches. At the summit I stopped the truck, stepped onto asphalt, and breathed cold mountain air heavy with cedar. Somewhere beyond the treeline a river thundered unseen. The forest felt vast, older than roads, awake. I thought of Arthur kneeling in the water. I whispered his blessing, then climbed back into the cab. Years have slid by. My fiancée and I visit her village often. Surf trips, family weddings, funerals, potlatches where drums echo off rain-dark mountains. Sometimes we camp near Red Rock. We hike the trail at dawn, leave smoked salmon or dried berries on flat stones, and speak soft words into the hush. I have not seen a figure between the trunks, but once at twilight I found a footprint near the river big enough that puddled rain mirrored the sky inside. Another time I heard a howl roll from ridge to ridge that made the hair on my arms rise though no dog answered. Whether those moments belong to the Esisksak or to imagination does not matter much anymore. I feel the watchers. They walk lightly, but their presence tugs at the corner of sight and hearing, reminding me that forests are not empty chambers. They breathe, they remember, and they judge how we step between moss and stone. When city friends laugh at Sasquatch tales, I do not argue. Belief is not a contest I need to win. I know a hereditary chief who slipped into moonlit river water one October and saw truths older than asphalt. I know the hush that fell the night he lent me his blessing. I know the stories told by others since. Loggers who paused chainsaws when screams lifted higher than any cougar. Hikers who found salmon laid in neat rows on a gravel bar miles from Bear Sign. Berry pickers who returned to cabins to find cedar boughs braided across their doors like a message. So when I pass Cathedral Grove at dusk and the shadows thicken under those towering trunks, I slow the truck, roll down the window, and send a quiet word of respect into the dark. If eyes watch from behind deadfall, let them see a traveler who remembers. I carry cookies, kindness, and the chief's old words, hoping they are still enough.
I grew up believing that the world I saw with my own eyes was only half the story. My family is native, and for as long as I can remember, our elders have spoken about the spirit world sitting just behind the ordinary one, close enough that you can feel it brush your shoulder on the loneliest nights. They taught us to respect whatever moves between the two realms, never whistle after dark, Never leave a fire unattended. Never laugh at a story someone swears is true. I thought all those old warnings were interesting but abstract. I was 15 when I found out in the hardest way that those warnings might actually keep you alive. It began almost a year ago, late summer, around 10 months back. My little brother was 12 then, and our biggest evening ritual was walking the family dog through the bamboo trees that bordered our yard. The bamboo was thick and tangled, an odd patch really, more like a stubborn wall of green stalks than a neat garden. At night, the wind rattled the canes and made pockets of shadow deep enough to hide a full-grown bear. Normally, we liked that spookiness because we carried pellet rifles and imagined ourselves scouts on a perimeter check. The rifles were only BB guns, the spring piston kind you cock once and fire, but they felt serious to us, felt like something between a toy and a real firearm. One warm night, we took the dog down the usual dirt track behind the garage. The sky was clear, the cicadas loud enough to drown our footsteps. We let the dog sniff around and waited. That was when the quiet came, an instant hush, as if someone had hit a mute button on the insects. I lifted my rifle automatically, flicking the safety off. My brother mirrored me, muzzle aimed at the darkest part of the bamboo. We had no plan beyond standing our ground, but the need to aim felt instinctive. A low groan rose from inside the stalks. It did not sound like any animal I knew, not dog, not deer, not raccoon. It sounded like wood bending under strain, mixed with a whistle that climbed too fast to be natural. The dog pressed against my leg, ears flat, and refused to leave the circle of flashlight glow at our feet. Neither of us fired. We simply backed away until the porch light came into view. Once we reached the steps, the cicadas resumed their chorus as if nothing had happened. We told our mother, hoping she would peek outside and witness something we could point to later, but by then the yard was silent. She advised caution and assumed we had scared off a big stray dog. A week later, she regretted brushing it off. She was alone at home just after sunset, sipping tea beside the picture window that faces the bamboo. She heard the same warped moan we had described, followed by stalks snapping under heavy weight. In her story, whatever moved behind the bamboo was tall enough that the tips of the canes bowed outward, as though someone was parting them with two enormous hands. She turned on the porch light, and at that exact second the movement stopped. No animal emerged, no breath, no eye shine. She phoned us at a neighbor's house, her voice shaking, telling us to come back immediately. By late September, we refused to go near the bamboo on foot. We cut behind the garage only in daylight. Autumn cooled the air, but tension at home only thickened. My brother and I started staying up ridiculously late. We kept the bedroom curtains closed, but listened for any change in the usual nighttime rhythms. It didn't take long. Around 4 a.m, the hour when even the late-night television hosts sign off, a scream blasted through the wall like a siren. The pitch was half human, half metal, and so loud the bedroom window pane vibrated. In that instant, I felt as if someone had grabbed me by the spine. My brother sat bolt upright, eyes huge. He croaked, "You heard that, right?" I nodded, throat too dry to answer. We decided to sleep in shifts. It sounds dramatic now, but it felt logical then. I took first watch, rifle laid across my lap, BBs rattling in my pocket. Every half hour, I crept to the hallway and peeked through the front door's mail slot. The yard looked normal under the street lamp's halo. Yet somewhere inside the bamboo, something stood awake. The following night, we tried to lighten the mood by watching cartoons. Rick and Morty reruns hardly seem like a defense strategy, but laughter is its own kind of armor. My brother suddenly paused the show and tiptoed to the window. He said nothing, only stared. When I asked what was wrong, he whispered, "There's a pair of legs." I thought he was messing with me until I saw them too. Two massive hind legs, jointed backward like a wolf's, but easily twice the thickness of any dog, coated in dark fur matted by dew. They protruded from the bamboo as if whatever owned them were leaning out to test the air. I do not remember moving, only remember that we both ended up on the floor with our rifles trained at the window. We did not press our faces to the glass. We kept low, holding our breath, waiting for the torso, the head, the eyes to appear. Nothing did. The legs withdrew soundlessly. We listened until sunrise, never daring to turn the cartoons back on. By breakfast, we had convinced ourselves of one explanation: a skinwalker. We knew the word from family stories: spirits or sorcerers able to take animal shape, drawn to certain places, sometimes to certain people. Believing the creature was supernatural didn't make the nights easier. It only meant we felt powerless to predict its next move. When my mother called a local handyman to repair loose siding, he told us that the previous owners had vanished overnight a decade earlier. They left pets locked inside. The dogs and cats starved, or so rumor claimed. Neighbors smelled decay and broken. The handyman thought the bamboo patch felt poisoned by that history, as if bad energy had rooted itself under the soil. Even my grandmother, who mocks ghost stories, said the back corner of our property carried a wrongness she could taste on her tongue.
By Christmas, we adopted a German Shepherd puppy, hoping a confident guard dog might restore calm. The pup barked at nothing for the first month, then learned whatever rules the creature enforced and stayed silent when the noises came. That did not comfort me. 2 nights ago, everything escalated. My brother and I walked the dogs at twilight, sticking to the driveway gravel. Once the animals finished their business, we turned toward the porch. An uneasy feeling made me stop halfway and chamber a BB, then point the barrel at a gap in the bamboo. I squeezed the trigger. The steel pellet zipped into the foliage. Immediately, a howl ripped loose, deeper than a wolf's, edged with a rasp like stone scraping bone. Every hair on my arms rose. We sprinted inside, slamming the door so hard the frame rattled. I told my brother, "Get the real gun." He bolted for our mother's bedroom while I locked the deadbolt. She was out on a date, unreachable. My brother returned carrying her Beretta PX-4 Storm subcompact, a .40 caliber she kept locked except on range days. We knew where she hid the spare magazine. He racked the slide, flipped the safety, and handed it over. Adrenaline made the weapon feel lighter than air. We phoned our mother, yelling that the creature was back. She promised to rush home, but traffic would take at least 15 minutes. In that brief call, I heard her disbelief crumble when our dog launched into a frenzy near the back window. At my brother's urging, I grabbed sage bundles and a lighter from the mantel. He found kosher salt in the pantry and began pouring thick lines across door thresholds and windowsills, chanting the protection prayers our aunt taught us. I walked the hall with sage smoke curling around the Beretta's frame, whispering every ancestor's name I could remember. Who knows whether spirits listen to that kind of fear, but the act calmed my hands enough to keep the muzzle steady. When Mom finally arrived, she found the house a maze of salt and smoke. She scolded us for unlocking the firearm, but did not lecture long. Our eyes convinced her we had seen more than shadows. I said we needed an AR-15 if we planned to stay. She said we were moving. No argument came from me. We slept in the living room that night, lights on. Mom seated in the recliner, PX-4 balanced on her thigh. Me on the couch gripping my BB gun out of habit. My brother curled in a blanket with the puppy pressed to his ribs, both of them jerking at every distant creak. The creature did not howl again. Dawn broke in silence. Next morning, we inspected the bamboo. A sheet metal panel in the fence beyond it had been peeled open, edges curled outward like paper. No ordinary tool could have sliced that thickness without leaving shavings. We searched the ground for prints, but the previous night's rain had turned soil to paste, erasing clues. Without clear evidence, the police would dismiss us, so we resigned ourselves to preparing. That afternoon, I set up a small archery target behind the garage and practiced with the BB gun from 20 paces. I knew the difference between a pellet and a .223 round, but I also knew accuracy starts with patience. My brother dug up an online article describing white ash as toxic to skinwalkers. We mixed a jar of it with salt and kept it near the front door. Mom asked a coworker to recommend a real estate agent. We are leaving soon. A new rental sits miles beyond town, surrounded by open pasture instead of hidden bamboo. Our grandparents blessed the moving boxes with cedar smoke. Even the skeptical grandmother sprinkled holy water on the dog's collar. I will not cast bold claims about what lives in those stalks. Maybe it is a deformed wolf, maybe an escaped hybrid, maybe something older than the language my ancestors spoke. All I know for certain is that the scream sounded like metal bent around a human throat, and that two huge legs stepped into moonlight without any body attached. At least none my eyes could endure long enough to see. I do not expect the next family to believe us when we hand over the keys. I hope they never hear the hush that falls before the cicadas quit. I hope their dogs never cower at the back door, ears flattened in terror of something only they can smell. I hope the creature goes back to wherever spirits retreat when the curious stop calling to them with frightened whispers. If we meet again, if another night finds me gripping a weapon against an open window, I will aim for center mass and keep firing until either the magazine clicks empty or dawn paints the bamboo gold. I pray fervently that it never comes to that. I was 20 years old in the spring of 2019 and drifting through the last semester of college in that half-excited, half-nervous haze every senior knows. Classes were winding down, job applications were starting to stack up, and the future, whatever shape it might take, felt close enough to touch and yet strange enough to keep me awake at night. I had come to South Dakota from the greater St. Louis area, 8 hours away by interstate, 3 winters and 2 blistering summers earlier. During those years on the prairie, I made friends I never could have met back home. People whose family trees had been rooted in Dakota soil long before any map called it the United States. Some of them were Lakota and Dakota Sioux, and on slow weeknights we would drift into the library after dinner, spread our homework across battered wooden tables, and start talking. Homework always floated to the side when their stories surfaced. They spoke of the Wakianjiang, the thunder beings that ride the clouds in rolling summer storms. They spoke of big, shaggy shadow figures in the draws and ravines east of the Black Hills. They spoke of tricksters who wear borrowed faces and copy the voices of brothers, sisters, lovers, and friends. We traded folklore like playing cards. I tossed Algonquin tales of the Wendigo on the pile. They countered with Manitou giants taller than pines. Someone mentioned lights that float like lanterns above lonely gravel roads and vanish if you curse at them. Hearing those stories made the campus night feel larger than it was, but I told myself folklore was folklore. I had loved cryptids when I was 9 or 10, devoured Monster Quest reruns, spent afternoons drawing owlmen and lake serpents in the margins of my math notebook. But by 20 I was majoring in criminal justice, a discipline that trains you to gather evidence and ignore rumor. If a creature existed, I figured some lucky rancher or unlucky hiker would have bagged one, photographed one, frozen one for DNA sequencing by now. So when the study sessions drifted into talk of skinwalkers or star people or the colossal thunderbird, I listened with respect and curiosity, then folded the tales into a mental drawer labeled interesting but probably not literal. That was before my girlfriend broke up with me. She and I had met freshman year in biology lab. We did the predictable things, shared headphones while walking to class, fed each other cake at her 20th birthday party, drew secret jokes in the condensation on cafeteria windows. I thought we would graduate together and see what came next. Instead, in the pale corridor outside the student center, she told me she needed space to discover who I am without leaning on you. The words sounded rehearsed. The result was immediate. My appetite slipped away. Sleep stuttered each night like a glitching video file. I quit the Wednesday pickup basketball sessions in the gym and burrowed into my dorm room. My grades wobbled hard enough that one professor emailed to ask if everything was okay. I lied and said it was. My roommates, Sean and Tyler, already knew it wasn't. We had rented a dented little house off campus that year because the dorms felt too claustrophobic. All 3 of us had once anchored the offensive line on the university's football team. Massive, sweaty battles in late summer heat, hours of sprint drills and screen pass drills in Oklahoma tackling circuits. But the sport had chewed us up. I blew out my knee sophomore season, a sloppy edge rusher colliding with my planted leg, and the rehab convinced me Division II glory was not worth walking with pain for the rest of my life. Sean and Tyler quit for reasons of their own not long after. The weight room numbers faded, but the bond stuck. Sean, a self-proclaimed West Coast charmer, stood 6'5" and 280 and wore his blonde hair in a surfer cut that never made sense in frigid South Dakota wind. Tyler, born on a Nebraska ranch, was shorter but broader, built like the round hay bales he had stacked every summer since 8th grade, muscles earned beneath blistering July sun. They gave me space the first week after the breakup, then decided space was killing me faster than heartbreak. One Wednesday night around 10, when I was in bed staring at static on the dorm room television and half chugging a sickly sweet cotton candy flavored energy drink, Sean pounded on my door like a SWAT team. I spilled half the can on the carpet and cursed. Sean barged in with a grin. "Get up, bro, we're going hunting." "You're crazy," I said, wiping neon liquid off my phone case with a t-shirt. "It's 10:10 p.m. and I'm in boxers." "Exactly. Prime time. Full moon out there. Coyotes barking. Raccoons looking for love in the ditches. Put on pants." I looked at him. Sean was impossible to move once he had momentum, like a 6'5" tidal wave wearing Old Spice. I sighed. "I'll just slow you guys down." "Not an option." Tyler's already chewing Copenhagen and revving the truck. He wasn't exaggerating. Tyler's Ford F-250 idled curbside with its LED bar setting the maple buds on fire. The cab smelled of sunflower seeds, beef jerky, and cheap lager. A 30-pack of pale blue cans sloshed on the back seat when I climbed in. Sean popped the glove box, withdrew a stainless steel thermos full of what smelled like apple pie moonshine, and offered it without asking. We were 20, underage, stupid, and decided the open highway at night was permission enough. I wish I could say I refused. I didn't. We rolled west on county roads, black ribbons between oceans of dormant soybean fields, while Tyler told stories about jacklighting coyotes with his cousin on Christmas Eve, about a mountain lion rumor near Valentine, about how geese look like ghosts when they drop through fog into a corn stubble by headlight. Sean laughed too loud and dialed the radio to classic rock. I fought off thoughts of my ex and let the blur of wheat-colored grass outside the window hypnotize me. After 40 minutes, the truck slowed. Tyler flipped a U-turn, clicked the headlights off, eased onto the shoulder, and killed the engine. The silence surged in. Stars punched the windshield, every constellation bright enough to study like a chart. Tyler whispered, "Light discipline, boys. Raccoons cross this culvert every night." He and Sean slipped from the cab with practiced ease, 12-gauge pump shotguns already chambered with buckshot. I followed more clumsily and nearly tripped over a tumbleweed. The night smelled of damp soil and diesel fumes cooling. Sean crouched by the grill, studying the ditch with a cheap red lens flashlight. When a pair of raccoons finally waddled from the cattails, he fired, the blast ripping away quiet. The animals spasmed, and an echo bounced across the flats. He retrieved one by its striped tail, grinning like a man who'd just bowling striped pins of flesh. 2 more times we repeated the ritual. Beer cans emptied. Miles drifted under the tires. The prairie felt endless. Our headlights the only proof we still existed inside the quiet. Near midnight, Tyler wondered if anyone needed to hit a tree. We stopped on a dirt section line road where the right side was choked with cottonwoods, and the left unfurled into infinite grass. The engine idled. We stepped into the chilly spring air. I finished my business, zipped up, and scanned the tree line. That's when I saw them. 2 perfect yellow lights hanging in the dark about 25 feet up, the size of silver dollars at arm's length. They glowed like backlit marbles, not reflecting our headlights, but burning from within. "Tyler," I murmured. "Look right there." He stomped over. Tyler had vision like a hawk in daylight, but admitted moonlight blurred his distance depth. He squinted. "Man, you need your eyes checked. Ain't nothing there." I glanced again. The orbs were gone. Embarrassment crept up my neck. I turned toward the truck, and the cottonwoods roared. Leaves rattled as if giant hands were shaking the trunks. Something massive crashed down through branches with a weight you felt in your soles. The ground thumped. I whipped around and the yellow lights were back, only now they were maybe 8 feet off the ground and moving through shadow. My brain refused to assemble details beyond those orbs. No shape resolved, only darkness swallowing light. Cold clogged my veins. I could not blink, could not breathe. Primitive fight or flight commands short-circuited. Beside me, Tyler inhaled with a thin wheeze. His hand touched my shoulder. "We need to run," he said, voice brittle. "On 3. If it's not human, we're dead either way." "1," he whispered. 2. The darkness shrieked. Imagine a cougar scream dropped 2 octaves and blended with rusty brake rotors. Anger multiplied by despair. The sound stabbed into my brainstem. Tyler aborted the count and we sprinted. Footfalls hammered behind, heavy, 4-beat strides like a bull elk at full charge. I saw Sean fumbling at the passenger door. He flung it open, saw us coming, and dove across the seat to yank the rear door wide. I hurled myself inside. Tyler slammed the driver door, keyed ignition, and the diesel roared alive. In the side mirror, a wall of dust bloomed. Through that dust glared the twin yellow eyes, unblinking, floating at pickup bed height. Foley artists would call the noise following us a growl, but that word is too small. It was the sound of engines dying, the sound of power lines sagging under ice, the sound of a bear gargling broken glass. Tyler did 80 on washboard gravel. The truck fishtailed. My spine slammed the seatbelt buckle. When we hit pavement, he pushed faster, and eventually the howl faded behind us. Back at the rental house, we piled through the door, locked the deadbolt, and huddled in the kitchen where fluorescent light felt like sanctuary. Sean brewed coffee thick as mud while we compared notes. He hadn't seen eyes, only heard the roar. Tyler described the orbs exactly as I had. We spoke in low tones like kids recapping a horror movie after the credits roll, swearing every other sentence, pausing to check the curtain windows. At 4 a.m., caffeine and fear collapsed into exhaustion. We passed out in the living room, fully clothed. I woke first to watery sunburn light crossing the blinds. My head throbbed from cheap beer dehydration and from memories I wished were only drink-induced hallucination. Tyler sat at the table eating granola straight from the bag. He looked older by years. "What the hell was that?" I asked. He chewed, swallowed. "Not human. Not anything I've hunted." We said little more. Classes resumed Monday. Papers piled. Graduation loomed. 2 months later, each of us scattered. Sean back to the coast, Tyler to Nebraska, me to Missouri. I landed a job in law enforcement. I wear a badge, trust procedure, file reports. But sometimes a late shift patrol takes me onto rural byways where shoulder-high grass ripples in moonlight, and the radar gun beeps idly in my hand. And I remember those eyes, burning self-lit orbs unmoored from any visible skull, and the shriek that chased us down that anonymous county road. I revisit folklore. Under the sterile glow of my department desktop monitor, I skim databases of primate vocalizations. Bears with mange, owls reflecting sodium lamps. All the rational sentences I can stack against the memory. They collapse. The Lakota friends once told me shapeshifters crave fear the way fire craves oxygen. If you see glowing eyes in 3s or 4s, they said, you are probably safe, it's just a deer. When you see one pair alone and hear no hoofbeats, run. Because whatever stands still enough to fool you is measuring your courage, and measuring its distance to reach you. I don't know if I believe skinwalkers wear bodies like coats, but I know this. On a South Dakota night in 2019, something fell from a cottonwood, landed heavier than any raccoon, towered taller than any linebacker, and chased 3 strong young men into flight. The prairie is wide. The dark is patient. Maybe that thing still roams the shelter belts, waiting for another pickup to stall under the moon, waiting for laughter and open beer cans and easy prey. I hope I never meet it again, but if I do, I won't stand frozen. I'll drive, accelerate, pray. And if yellow lights bloom in my rear view, I'll remind myself. Some roads you only travel once, and some eyes you are lucky to outrun.
I never imagined that one weekend of routine training could force me to rethink everything I thought I knew about the woods, about the night, and about the strange things that can come crawling out of the dark when you least expect it. All of us in the battalion used to joke that an ROTC field training exercise, the famous FTX that comes around every semester, was mostly an excuse for cadets to eat chalk, dry MREs, slog through ankle-deep mud, and try to impress the cadre by looking confident while using a map and compass. We did the same series of events every fall and spring, pile onto a pair of dented charter buses in the campus parking lot, ride 4 bumpy hours to a military installation that looks identical to every other mid-scale post, and spend 48 hours practicing the building blocks of soldiering. Low crawling, camouflaging skin and gear, conducting patrols with blank firing M4 rifles, land navigation by day and by night. When we were still in garrison clothes, Presto CPs, patches velcroed, boots new enough to squeak, Everybody acted tough. By the time the buses rolled back towards school, the pep had burned off. You can only march so many miles on so little sleep before even the loudest would-be hard charger decides real ranger school can wait. That was the usual pattern anyway. March 2023 marked the first fracture in our ordinary routine. Two of my closest friends, Mason and Rachel, were already contracted back then. Contracted means the Army officially owns a piece of you, in return for tuition money, a stipend, and the promise of a gold bar on graduation day. I still had one medical form to finish, so I stayed behind on campus during spring break. I imagined the pair slogging through thigh-deep snow and laughed a little, because South Dakota does not give up winter gracefully. The joke changed flavor when they returned. Both looked as though they had done the usual sleepless shuffle, but something extra clung to their faces. An on-edge tension, the kind you see in combat footage, when someone keeps glancing over a shoulder, waiting for the next mortar round. We sat in the dining hall that first Monday morning, shoveling scrambled eggs and ketchup into our mouths, eyes heavy. Mason jabbed his fork at Rachel. "Tell him," he said, and the words came out flat, without his normal bounce. Rachel shrugged, fiddled with the rubbery bacon strip on her tray, and said they'd heard something following them on the night Navy course. Not just your garden variety coyote or deer crashing around. She said the footsteps had weight, like boots stamping the forest floor. Only every time they swung their tiny red flashlights toward the sound, nothing materialized. No reflective eyeballs, no silhouette. 10 minutes of that, and they doubled back to base camp. The cadre teased them for being nervous plebes who spooked at squirrels. "You had to be there," Mason muttered between bites. Sounded like a person breathing just inside the trailing. But there was no person. The story crept under my skin, although I told them maybe it had been echo off the hills. March winds can do weird things to noise. Rachel rolled her eyes. It wasn't wind. We changed subjects. Papers were due. Exams loomed. The world kept spinning. Fast forward 8 months to November. By then my paperwork was done, my oath taken, my name printed on a contract I had signed in black ink, which meant no more staying behind. When the fall FTX roster went up, my name stood in block letters near the top. A knot of excitement and anxiety twisted my gut. I enjoy being outdoors, but night, land, and AV always made me uneasy. There's a difference between camping with buddies and wandering through unfamiliar forest with nothing but a map, a protractor, and a Lanceta compass, hoping the 5-meter contour line you spotted really is a ridge line and not a printing glitch. We loaded our rucks Friday at 0600. Everyone wore their best good humor masks. Jokes flew about the inevitable MRE roulette. Would you get Chili Mac Deluxe or the dreaded veggie omelet brick? At 0830, the buses popped brake air and rolled north toward the base. The fields outside were brown and brittle, early winter frost gripping what was left of the grass. Tyler, a junior cadet with a lopsided grin, sprawled across 2 seats and snored. I sat with them. She was one of our sharpest navigators, grew up hiking the Black Hills with her dad, who taught her to identify Orion's belt when she was 6. She kept telling me night NAV was 90% confidence and 10% course correction. I nodded, pretending the words calmed me. In reality, my stomach did slow somersaults. We arrived just before noon. The base looked exactly like the photos. Flat acres dotted by concrete block barracks left from the 1980s, paint peeling in sun-bleached chips, a chow hall at the end of the street, a rutted PT field behind a set of chain-link fences. The cadre handed us room assignments, metal bunks, thin mattresses that still felt luxurious compared with sleeping mats. Better than cold dirt, I told myself. Nothing in day 1 suggested trouble. The afternoon held map reading refresher classes and quick refresher laps on a practice terrain model. Dinner arrived by bus from the base dining facility. Lukewarm chicken, instant potatoes. No one complained. That evening, most of our junior class crammed onto one bunk to tell stories, passing a contraband bag of sour gummy worms like kindergartners at a sleepover. I laughed until my cheeks hurt, thankful to feel part of something again. At 1 a.m. we finally clicked off flashlights and attempted sleep. For hours later the alarm screeched. Everyone cursed. Saturday morning disappeared in a blur of rucksack stuffing and bus rides. Dayland in AV is usually straightforward. The sun gives you rough orientation, and distant hills line up like giant north-south signposts. I paired with Madison, a cross-country runner built like rawhide. We plotted for grid coordinates, cracked jokes about whether we'd find bones in the washouts, and for the next 5 hours stomped through brittle underbrush, ticking each point on our score sheet. The cadre confiscated phones, as always. No GPS safety net, only analog skills. I welcomed the DG detox. Reading bearing lines forces your brain to slow, to notice smells and textures you ignore in daily rush.
By 1500, every pair had returned. We shoveled our MRE lunches. Mine was meatballs and marinara, infinitely better than the cardboard cheese spread from earlier years, and rehydrated canteen after canteen beneath a color-bleached awning. Coyotes yipped far off across the impact area. Sounded like children laughing at a joke they would not share with humans. The sun slid downward. Air turned brittle enough that breath smoked. Twilight brought a surprise. Hot chow delivered in insulated trays. Rumor said the battalion commander had called in a favor. We inhaled chicken tenders and reconstituted mashed potatoes like they were five-star cuisine. Then came the safety brief. The captain reminded us about red light discipline. White lamps destroy night vision and can blind teammates. He reminded us not to eat unknown plants, not to wander off course, and absolutely not to approach wildlife. Somebody coughed a laugh. Most wildlife in that part of the state means whitetail deer. Maybe the occasional coyote if you're unlucky. Points were issued. Coordinates scribbled on laminated cards. Compasses checked. Watches synchronized. At 1830, the cadre barked. Move out. We broke into pairs again. This time Em and I were together. She slapped my shoulder and told me to relax. The moon, she noted, was a waning gibbous hidden behind cloud wisps. Barely enough glow to outline treetops. Night NAV isn't tougher, she said. Just slower. The path beneath our boots was a disused fire road, cleared just wide enough to drive a Humvee if trees were trimmed back. Em stepped lightly. I lumbered, ruck straps creaking, breath puffing steam. We chatted about trivial things, Thanksgiving plans, which cadre had the weirdest sense of humor, to keep nerves down. 10 minutes in a faint rustle crackled left of the track. I halted. Em's silhouette paused too. Did you hear that? I whispered. She waited. Nothing. Probably a deer, she decided. We resumed, raising our voices a notch so any creature would hear and skitter off. The crunch vanished, but moments later, on the opposite flank, brush crackled harder, like someone ripping Velcro in bursts. Leaves rattled, branches popped. The cadence matched our stride. Em stopped again. I felt hair prickle under my patrol cap. We kept moving, this time more deliberate, conversation a bit louder. My mind attempted rational lists. Deer often browse at dusk. A raccoon can sound huge if dragging through oak litter. Maybe a cadre playing head games. Up ahead, the path dipped then climbed. Just before the dip, the right-hand noise swelled into clear footsteps. Heavy, deliberate, sinking into leaf litter. 5 feet from path edge, maybe less. I swept my red lens headlamp sideways against orders. Light licked the undergrowth, painting trunks scarlet. Nothing. No reflection from retinas. No silhouette. Yet the thuds repeated, pacing us. Em's voice dropped to a hiss. Back to back. We rotated, shoulder blades touching. Lamps now covering opposite arcs. My pulse hammered so loud I worried whatever stalked us could hear it. 10 yards ticked by with the crunch-thud crunch shadowing us. Fight or flight demanded choice. Flight won. We pivoted and speed-walked back the way we'd come, heads whipping side to side. The unseen tracker stayed even, then quickened. I counted heartbeats. At 50 paces the sound grew into a run, something large crashing along, ignoring every twig snap. We ran. Boots skidded on gravel patches. Ruck belts slapped hips. I tasted blood from cold air searing throat. 2 silhouettes appeared ahead, walking toward us. Em shouted, coming through. The figures flinched, then recognized our voices. Luke and Brian, both seniors, both calm by reputation. stepped aside. "Easy, we thought you were a Polaris with those lamps," Brian joked. We spilled our story in gasps. They exchanged a glance that said rookie nerves, then laughed. "Probably a deer," Luke repeated. "We'll escort you a piece. If Bambi shows, we'll chase her off." We turned as a group. For 30 yards, no one spoke. Then the noise started again, louder, crushing deadfall, punching soil. Luke halted. "Okay, that's not a deer." Torch-bright white beams shot from his unauthorized headlamp. They carved through brush. Again, nothing. Stalked but not seen. For cadets now felt that skin-tight fear. We broke into a fast jog, cluster of lights jittering. The footsteps paralleled, a resonance like distant artillery, then dropped away when we burst into the open staging field where cadre waited by red-glow chemlights. Luke admitted defeat. "We'll hang here." Em and I still needed our remaining grid points. Pride and fear wrestled inside me, but returning empty-handed would earn a tongue-lashing and likely fail the iteration. The cadre handed out lukewarm coffee and didn't ask why 4 cadets arrived together. They just muttered to hurry back out. Em suggested we tackle our last point, due south, deeper but supposedly straightforward. We cut cross-country, angling by compass bearing. The world collapsed to tunnel vision. Conical red lamp glow, map edges, compass bezel glinting. Every dead branch crack could have been predator or squirrel. Half an hour later, we reached an overgrown gully where the control point glimmered, a fist-sized reflector stapled to a stake. Relief washed through me so strong my knees sagged. Return route meant pushing uphill onto a narrow ridgeline. We whispered about how quiet the forest felt. No wind, no night jars, not even distant coyote chorus. Silence can be louder than sound. Halfway up the slope, the crunch returned. Right side this time, matching elevation. I froze. Em did too. Breath steamed like engines. The noise circled upslope, faster until directly ahead. We turned, headlamps off to listen. Complete dark wrapped us. A measured exhale drifted from brush, long, wet, almost human but too deep, too deliberate, as though tasting our scent. Panic coiled tight. Em grabbed my sleeve. "Steady," she whispered, voice quaking. "We hold discipline. Stay rational." Her steadiness became my anchor. We edged sideways, using slope to regain the track, never exposing back to brush. Something paralleled, unseen yet undeniable. I remembered advice from indigenous friends. Whistle and you invite spirits. Call names and you lend power to mimics. So we kept mouths shut, lamps off, steps calculated. Breaking onto the dirt road felt like bursting from water after a long dive. Up ahead, a red lamp bobbed. Another cadet with his own tasks. He hailed us. We explained in quick phrases. He said he and 2 buddies had also heard pacing footsteps an hour earlier north of our position. Comforting and alarming all at once. He split toward his grid, we kept to road. Distant diesel engines announced cadre Humvees prowling boundaries. Their movement promised safety, yet also scattered whatever preyed on us, driving it unpredictable. The final trek stretched minutes into what felt like hours. When at last the chemlight assembly area glowed, we nearly cried. Cadre collected scorecards, grunted approval, told us to hydrate and secure gear. They heard our story, exchanged skeptical glances, but mentioned others had lodged similar complaints. One MS-4 cadet even reported circling coyotes that refused to back down until he brandished his Gerber knife. We bivouacked in a mock patrol base, circular perimeter of rucks under pines. Sentries pulled watch in 2-hour shifts. I lay in my sleeping bag listening. Wind rose, rustled tarps. Somewhere an owl hooted, comfortingly ordinary. Yet occasionally a distant crack sliced the hush, thud of weight on sod. Each time sentries snapped safeties on unloaded M4S and stared outward until quiet resumed. Morning arrived pale and cold. Chow consisted of shrink-wrapped breakfast burritos and bitter coffee. Em found me by the fire barrel. Neither of us slept. She said during her guard shift she'd seen faint movement beyond the wire. Shape too tall for deer, too fluid for bear, gliding between trunks. Cadre dismissed it as imagination, but several other cadets whispered confirmation. No one wanted official reports for fear of ridicule. The remainder of FTX passed without incident squad tactic lanes, blank fire ambushes after action reviews. Yet the edge never left. We boarded buses Sunday evening with forced laughter, itching to get back to campus lights. Back in Garrison Monday, word drifted. Supply Sergeant claimed his trail camera, set near the land NAV course to monitor cadet traffic, malfunctioned. Battery fine, memory card fine, but all frames after 1830 hours Saturday were black static. Radio chatter among cadre hinted wildlife biologists later combed the area, citing abnormal predator behavior. Officially nothing found. Mason and Rachel cornered me at lunch. "Now you believe?" Mason asked. I nodded. Rachel said traditional stories speak of night stalkers that mimic footsteps yet vanish when confronted. They feed on fear, detach from shadows. She advised a simple protection. When you sense one, do not look directly. Instead, whisper a prayer and back away calmly. I half smiled, half shivered. Weeks passed. Finals consumed mental bandwidth. Still, when I close my eyes, I recall that exhale in the thicket. Moist, patient, almost conversational, like a thing that had watched many patrols before ours and would watch many again, waiting for the one pair of cadets that panicked in exactly the way it liked. If future semesters put me on that base again, I will follow M's example. Calm head, steady pace, lamp low. But I will also carry a quiet apology to the forest and whatever unseen residents share its black paths. A promise to move with respect. And if crunching footfalls emerge 5 yards off my flank, maybe I'll remember Rachel's prayer. Or maybe I'll run. I grew up in a flat farming valley in northern England, the kind of place where dawn moves slowly over hedgerows and the smell of cut hay drifts in bedroom windows every summer. By birth I was British, but my mother carried Cheyenne blood and Cheyenne stories. Stories she did her best to pass on even though life often left her breathless and exhausted. My father died when I was 6, and from then on Mum held 2 jobs, riding buses at dawn, taking night courses when she could, reading textbooks aloud in the kitchen so I would hear a woman's voice explaining how bones knit, how electricity travels the nerves, how lungs bloom with every breath. I was a lanky girl who stumbled over letters on the page. Dyslexia made every line of print look like ripples on a pond. Yet I knew the answer to every question when teachers called on me. Sometimes they accused me of cheating because I could recite whole paragraphs word for word without ever turning a page, never guessing that Mom had read them into my ears the night before. She told me the mind is a bone like any other. It grows stronger if you keep putting weight on it. So I learned to brace myself and push. By 19, I was sitting in lectures at Cambridge. By 26, I wore a stethoscope and wrote MD after my name. I loved the logic of medicine. Oxygen in, carbon dioxide out. Calcium floods a muscle fiber. The hand closes around a scalpel. Pathogens follow predictable curves. But I also carried nights when the physics of the world bent a little sideways. I had seen curtains stir with no wind, heard footsteps fall on old floorboards when the hallway was empty, watched black-eyed shadows pool in barn corners and felt them breathe so close the air went cold. Science gave me names: pareidolia, hypnagogia, confirmation bias. Yet none of those labels explained why some noises reached inside my ribs and plucked heartstrings only my mother's stories understood. So I walked both paths. I kept every patient's chart meticulously, calculated every pediatric dose to the decimal place, and then on weekends I switched on a cheap condenser mic, sipped green tea, and recorded a podcast called Between the Veil where I interviewed anyone willing to talk about ghosts, cryptids, prophetic dreams, déjà vu, coincidences too stubborn to be coincidences at all. In 2015, the show was small but steady, 10,000 listeners, sometimes 15 when Twitter behaved, enough that a podcaster in Alberta, Canada, reached out. His name was James. He specialized in folklore of the high Rockies and the endless prairie. Our first conversation lasted 3 hours. Our second stretched past midnight. By the third, we were laughing at private jokes and building playlists for each other. In early spring, he sent a postcard with a stylized raven and the address to his studio in Edmonton. I pinned it above my desk. In July, he flew to Heathrow carrying maple syrup, a ring hidden in his suit jacket pocket, and a promise that sunrises on the Canadian Shield would take my breath away. We spent a week in Cornwall walking cliff paths and eating too much clotted cream, and one evening, knee-deep in tide pools, he asked me to marry him. I said yes because the sea was crashing silver behind him and because my bones, which Mum had taught me to trust, felt warm all the way through. We planned the formal engagement for the following year. Between clinic shifts, I filed paperwork for a Canadian medical license, mailed official transcripts across the ocean, and practiced the pronunciation of Cree place names. James's parents lived west of Edmonton, not quite in the foothills, not quite on the plains, in a district too sparse to be a village and too clustered to be true backcountry. Jehovah's Witnesses all their lives, they kept a tidy bungalow on 40 acres of spruce and aspen coulees. James warned me there would be rules: grace before every meal, modest necklines, separate bedrooms for unmarried couples. I nodded. I had survived hospital residency. I could survive sleeping alone for a week. In September 2016, after a shift that ended at dawn, I boarded a flight from Manchester to Calgary. 10 hours wedged between a snoring oilfield consultant and a grandmother knitting miniature mittens for her cat. When we landed, my eyes felt gritty, and the prairie horizon looked like a smudged pencil line under a vast blue page. James met me in arrivals wearing a grin that made the past months collapse like paper castles. His parents stood behind him, crisp and polite, pressing my hands in theirs, remarking on my accent, complimenting the sensible length of my skirt. We drove to a Denny's near the Ring Road, where I ate greasy hash browns because my stomach remained somewhere over Greenland, then settled into the truck for the 3-hour push north and west. The first hour I tried to admire the endless wheat stubble glowing under late autumn sun, but soon fields gave way to boreal forest, straight silver trunks marching toward a hazy edge of hills. Daylight broke apart behind a bank of violet clouds. Orange tinted the windscreen, then drained. When the last gas station motor flickered out of sight, darkness advanced from tree line to road shoulder so fast I felt swallowed. James's father switched on the high beams, and miles of two-lane asphalt spilled ahead like a ribbon dropped in ink. No other headlights, no porch lamps, nothing but black shapes of spruce pressing the edge of sight. A knot formed under my breastbone, a doctor's awareness that distance matters when emergencies strike. If a patient's airway closes, every minute counts. Yet here minutes stretched blank and unpeopled. James squeezed my knee, sensing unease. He said, almost casually, "We're not far from a First Nations reserve. My folks trade vegetables with them at market." Something in his tone made me wonder whether that fact was offered as comfort or quietly as warning. We reached the property close to 9. The house sat back from the county road, reachable by a gravel drive that pinged under the tires. Motion lights snapped on, revealing white siding, a peaked roof, a porch swing that creaked in the cool wind. Inside smelled of cedar polish and pineapple air freshener. His mother showed me the guest room, really a section of basement framed in by half walls and a folding screen. Concrete floor, thin carpet, a single bed, no window except 2 rectangle vents set high where foundation met ground. Chills seeped up through the mattress. I told myself not to be ungrateful, unpacked my sweaters, and climbed upstairs for tea. The next day, sunlight cut across frost, revealing a world sharpened to crystal edges. Red leaves edged with white, grass stiff under my boots. James walked me around the acreage. Garden shed, solar panel, coop where 5 hens fluffed themselves against cold. Behind the coop, the yard opened onto a meadow sloping down to a willow-fringed pond. Tall grass danced gold, and at the far side a white-tailed deer lifted its head. British deer are shy. They twitch and fade back into hedgerows. This deer held motionless, staring. Something about the posture felt off, as if too stiff, too deliberate. Yet I wrote it off as fatigue, jet lag, a mind scanning for problems because hospital life had trained it never to relax. Mid-afternoon, James's father mentioned the cat. "Make sure Jerry is indoors before dusk," he said, tone severe. "There have been mutilations. Coyotes, maybe a cougar. You never know. British countryside contains foxes, badgers, the occasional rambunctious dog. Predation happens, but rarely does it gnaw at the edges of daily routine." I opened my mouth to ask what he meant but saw James's quick head shake, so I let the subject drop. Night settled in layers. First the mansion of stars pierced black sky, then a pale half-moon rose, giving faint cobalt to the yard. James's parents retired after evening prayers. James retreated to his childhood room. I lingered in the living room flipping channels. American election coverage dominated, until the pointless bickering between candidates wore thin. Reaching for the remote, I noticed Jerry stalk into the doorway. He froze mid-step. His tail fluffed twice its size, ears flattened. Before I could speak, his gaze snapped to the sliding patio door behind me. A wave of nausea rolled under my ribs, slow and deep. Every hair on my arms stood upright. I turned and found the glass full of something impossibly tall. Moonlight outlined a silhouette. Gaunt torso, shoulders narrow yet towering, antlers jagged as lightning bolts, their tines clawing the eaves. I could make out no fur, only sinew and hide stretched tight like leather left to dry too long. Most shocking were the eyes. Small compared with the head but bright. A sickly yellow glow like sodium lamps reflected on wet pavement. They did not move or blink. They bored through the pain. Seconds ticked, or maybe minutes. Time had no weight in that stare. I felt, not heard, a vibration under my breastbone, as if words reverberated through bone instead of ears. Meaning hovered at the edge of comprehension, too alien for language. Cold crept from my shoes to my legs, an icy tide locking me in place. Only when the creature leaned forward, pressing what looked like a half-rotted skull against the glass, did fight or flight break the paralysis. Glass creaked. The sight of bone, teeth, a sliver of blackened flesh caught between incisors jolted me free. I wheeled, ran downstairs, slammed the folding screen behind me, dove under blankets like a child fending off boogeymen. Breath tore in and out. Heart hammered. Light from the basement utility room cast thin rectangles across walls. I stared at the windows near the ceiling, expecting emptiness, hoping for emptiness. Instead, two shapes swept past, cloven hooves silhouetted. Panic wrapped my throat. A tap sounded on glass. Soft at first, then firmer, tap, 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 like a child begging entry, no rhythm human. I curled fetal on the mattress. The tapping stopped. A rasp of breath brushed my ear, though nothing stood beside me. Foul air, rot, iron, winter. Then a word, distorted, low, crawling through marrow, spoken inches from my skin. Grandmother. The syllables vibrated wrong, as if recorders played them backward. Blackness swallowed consciousness. When I opened my eyes, daylight striped the cement wall. The quilt lay twisted on the far side of the room. I lay on the cold floor, shoulder shrieking. Shock tamped pain, but memory cut sharp. I tried to sit. Agony lanced across clavicle. Footsteps overhead. Voices worried. James knelt, pupils blown wide with fear. His mother prayed. James's father fetched keys. In emergency, they used the county's lone ambulance bay. A middle-aged physician popped my humerus back into the socket, puzzled how an adult could fall out of bed and dislocate a shoulder yet land 3 feet away. I murmured half-truths about nightmares and jet lag. That afternoon, I stared through the kitchen window at the meadow. The deer stood in the same spot, or maybe another identical deer with the same too-still posture. I remembered Mum telling me spirits can borrow animal hides, but if you look long enough, you'll see the zipper where the disguise doesn't fit. I shivered, though the house was warm. Back home in England, I phoned the only elder left who had known my mother. She lived in Arizona now, voice thin as dust over the phone line. She did not gasp or laugh when I described antlers, rot, hollow yellow eyes. Instead, she grew silent for a long stretch. Finally, she said I should lock the memory away, speak of it to no one, because such things cling to attention like burrs. She hung up before I could ask what grandmother meant. Months unraveled. The engagement crumbled. James and I fought over distances, faith, his reluctance to leave the family acreage, my long hours at the clinic. One dawn, I boxed the Raven postcard and slid the ring into its envelope. Life lurched onward. Night shifts, endless paperwork, a rising stack of unedited podcast interviews. Yet small disturbances followed wherever I moved. In my London flat, I woke to the scent of decay drifting through shut windows. Paper-thin scratches marred the paint near the balcony door. Neighbors complained of a stag roaming the street at 3 a.m., Yet no hoofprints dented the flower beds. I told myself coincidences exist. I recited receptor pathways for beta-adrenergic drugs, memorized CT scan guidelines, laughed at ghosts, until walking contradictions was all I seemed to be. I no longer host Between the Veil. There are only so many hours in a week. Still, I keep the microphone in a drawer, wrapped in anti-static cloth, just in case one day I decide to speak the whole story without flinching. For now, the memory stays here. A prairie night, a pane of glass, a shape taller than nightmares pressing bone against my reflection. I examine it like a specimen slide under bright lab light, count the jagged antler tines, trace the curve where human skull blurred into animal muzzle, measure the cold I felt rising up my bones. Science trains me to catalog evidence, to build hypotheses. Folklore reminds me evidence can be older than measurement. Somewhere those two realms meet, and in that place a creature whispered grandmother into my ear. Maybe it smelled a thread of Cheyenne blood, an echo of women who once walked Alberta meadows gathering sweetgrass before settlers fenced them. Maybe it simply spoke the deepest word it could find inside my fear. Either way, the sound survives, and when nights stretch too long, I close my eyes and hear that syllable again, low and rusted, promising that worlds do overlap, even when we spend our lives refusing to see the seam. I was 16 the summer this happened, already tall and rangy from all the miles I'd logged on Adirondack trails and all the afternoons I'd spent swimming the cold creeks that lace those mountains. My family's place sat on the eastern edge of a township so small the post office closed at noon, and there wasn't much for a teenager to do in the long break between school years except hunt for odd jobs. That's how I landed with the county cleanup crew. 3 vans worth of high schoolers roving gravel tracks and shadeless byways, trading sweat for a few dollars an hour and the promise of a pizza party when August ended. Most mornings we combed the verges beside state route shoulders, lifting beer cans still sticky with last night's rain, or plastic grocery bags that flutter snagged on blackberry brambles. But some days, when the park rangers got a tip about illegal dumping, they sent us deeper, miles past the pavement, into places where the forest reclaimed every careless thing left behind. The day I'm remembering dawned humid, a heavy heat that smelled of balsam sap and distant thunder. Our supervisor, a patient man named Mr. Lewis, unfolded a topo map across a picnic table and showed us 4 quadrants that fanned south of a shuttered fire tower road. Each group would take one. We'd meet again near a logging gate by 3, he said, earlier if the sky broke. He handed out handheld GPS units, the chunky kind whose grainy screens lag whenever you moved more than a brisk walk. They were accurate to a football field on their best behavior, but it felt futuristic to carry coordinates in your palm. Most of the crew eyed the green smudges on the map and opted for sectors that hugged a drivable lane. I asked for the most remote slice, the one that cut straight through second-growth spruce toward a beaver meadow locals called witchbrush swale. Maybe it was pride. At 16 I considered myself half woodsman, half ranger in training. But mostly I craved the quiet hum that settles over a deep forest once you leave engines behind. A dusty white county truck bounced me as far as its undercarriage dared, then rattled to a stop beside a rusted Forest Service sign leaning at 45 degrees. Mr. Lewis passed me a fresh roll of heavy-gauge trash bags and a brand-new aluminum pokestick whose tip gleamed like a sparrow's beak. "Radio's dead, sorry," he said, thumping the dash of the truck. "Batteries took on moisture last storm." I shrugged that off. I carried a whistle, a locking blade clipped in my pocket, and the foolish conviction that nothing truly bad happens to a kid who knows the names of trees. A minute later, the truck's taillights winked out of sight, and I was alone with the cicadas, the sharp sweet scent of fern, and a carpet of sun-dappled needles that gave beneath each step. The dump site lay a quarter-mile in, where an old skid road widened just enough for a midnight truck to back and tip its cargo. The rangers must have hauled away the worst of the furniture piles earlier that season. Only the ghosts of tire tracks remained, half filled with rainwater, dotted by cattails. Still, plenty of smaller debris cluttered the ditch lines. Neon-labeled beer bottles, cracked CRT television glass that threw prismatic sparks when the sun caught its edges, weather-bleached grocery sacks snarled around mountain ash saplings. I settled into a rhythm, stab, lift, twist, drop into the crinkle of a bag, letting crickets and distant thrushes braid with the thudding beat that pulsed through my earbuds. 10 minutes, 20. A pile of half-filled bags grew at the road's lip. Near an overturned paint bucket, I noticed a cardboard box caved in by rain, its sides webbed with mold. I nudged it open. Inside lay 5 puppies, no longer alive, fur matted to skin, eyes sealed in the stiff sadness that follows suffering. Something locked in my chest. We'd all been warned that sometimes we'd find things harder than trash. Shattered aquariums with dry bones of tropical fish, sacks of kittens, even a goat once, horns trimmed as though someone loved it once. The policy said call it in, keep the kids from seeing. But the radio was silent plastic, and the others were several hills away. For a minute I knelt, fingers trembling at the thin cardboard rim, and promised the silent shapes that they'd lie beneath forest loam, not rot beneath styrofoam cups. I tied the box into a contractor bag, stashed my poke stick against a cedar snag, shouldered my day pack of water and twine, and headed perpendicular to the road. The forest there stepped down a series of gentle ridges, each cloak dark beneath white pine crowns. I counted paces and guessed, maybe wrongly, that 20 minutes would bury engine noise and memory both. A ribbon of sun marked a gap between 2 leaning hemlocks. Beyond it a giant red pine towered, trunk straight as a plumb line, roots clawing outward like the fingers of a buried giant. Its lower limbs had shed long ago, leaving a clear well at its base. "This is the place," I whispered. I set the bag beside a buttress root and roamed in widening arcs, hunting something stout enough to dig. A blowdown maple branch yielded beneath my heel. I cracked it to arm's length, braced it against a boulder, and snapped it again, working the pointed end with my pocket blade until it tapered rough-sharp. The soil was half duff, half stony sand. Each thrust of the branch thunked against roots, shivered through my arms, through loam across my boots. Sweat blurred my vision. Insects hummed around my ears, retreated when I paused, pressed salt from my brow, and stabbed again. Soon a hole as long as my forearm yawned open, irregular but deep enough for small bodies to rest undisturbed. I tore the bag gently, set each pup on pine needles, arranging them shoulder to shoulder, noses all pointed west, as though they might nose some unseen trail together. Without thinking, I murmured half-remembered lines from a camp prayer, something about spirits wandering freely beneath the star roof of God. Then I shoveled earth back, tamped it with the flat of my branch, and scattered handfuls of aromatic needles until the mound blended into the forest floor. A fist-sized granite pebble, mottled with pink quartz, felt right atop the grave. 3 small pine cones made a sentinel row beside it. I crouched, spoke thanks, and let my tear tracks dry in the warm air. A faint crack broke the hush, like a twig snapping beneath deliberate weight, roughly 50 feet left of the pine. I froze, breath half-drawn, ears straining. It wasn't the instant, unnatural silence of animals sensing a predator. Birds still piped, but only on the opposite side of my clearing. I became aware that the warbler which had sung above me minutes ago had ceased entirely. In its place, only wind ticked the highest needles. 3 minutes I waited, eyes darting through branches that curtained my view leftward. Nothing moved save a moth flitting through columns of light. Flow returned to my limbs, and I knelt again, pressing the last handful of duff. I whispered goodbye, rose, brushed soil from my knees, and took 2 steps toward home. The sound that answered was part moan, part growl, a wet resonance that vibrated in my ribs more than in my ears. Black bear territory, cougar corridors, my first guess snapped to those. I turned slow, scanning trunks. Nothing. A sigh escaped my lips. 2 trees rubbing in a gust, I reasoned. But then bark cascaded from a mid-sized spruce 30 yards upslope. I squinted, shielding glare. Mid-trunk, a blotched shape clung where no branch sprouted, its outline neither square nor rounded, as though the trunk itself had bubbled outward in decay. Only decay doesn't shift its weight, and this mass did, sliding a few inches until would rasped under claws. Instinct yanked an expletive from me. I backpedaled, trying to etch the sight into memory even while my nerves begged to flee. It was no bear cub. It wasn't any mammal I'd cataloged in countless field guide evenings. Its surface looked like wet moss and peeling lichen braided together, colored in dull swirls of bark brown, slate gray, and the green of pond scum. Sun models rippled over it, revealing no fur, no scales, just an uneven, living texture. Size-wise, it could have fit inside a large cooler, maybe 3 feet from humped back to ambiguous chest. For limbs wrapped the trunk, forelimbs thick near the body, tapering to raccoon-like hands whose fingers ended in claws as long as fountain pens. A naked tail, wrinkled, hairless, tapering to a blunt tip about as long as the creature's torso, draped beside the trunk, flicking once, twice, like a cat measuring distance. I searched for eyes and found none until the thing shifted again. A head, if that word fit, blended almost seamlessly with shoulders. When it turned, I saw the suggestion of a flattened face, round and sunken. No protruding muzzle, just 2 dark holes where a nose might be, and above them glints that caught a shaft of light, pale, reflective, neither human nor wholly animal. Soft, rounded ear discs lay flush against the sides, twitching. Slowly, methodically, it edged downward. Every movement was deliberate but fluid, gripping, releasing, gripping again. Claws left faint scrapes, the sole sound besides my pulse roaring in my ears. At a thick lateral branch 12 feet up it paused, swung one limb outward, and eased onto the branch. The wood bowed, though the creature weighed no more than a mid-sized dog. There it crouched, hind legs bunching like springs, head cocked. The whistle that issued next was low and flute-like, 2 tones sliding into each other, sad as morning doves at dusk, yet threaded with cold intention. I felt it in my teeth. Everything inside me screamed to break line of sight before that whistle turned sharper. I stole a glance over my shoulder. The ground sloped gently, free of deadfall for 30 yards, room to run. When I looked back, the thing hadn't advanced, but its tail flicked faster, dusting bark chips into a slow drift. Muscles uncoiled. I pivoted, boots digging for purchase, and sprinted. Underbrush slapped my shins. A balsam snag grabbed my sleeve. I ripped free. 3 times I risked a backward glance. Branches danced in the breeze, nothing pursued. Still I ran until the white slash of service road cut across my path. There waited my discarded pack and poke stick, silent witnesses to the grave behind me. I heaved both over a shoulder and double-timed down the rutted lane, refusing to slow until engine noise, someone's truck, maybe Mr. Lewis returning early, hummed ahead. Back at the rendezvous gate, sweat-drenched and panting, I dropped my bulging sacks beside the others on a flatbed trailer. No one asked why my hands shook. Maybe they assumed I'd stumbled over a snake or remembered the puppies. When Mr. Lewis tallied my haul, I mumbled about hearing something large and choosing to keep distance. He nodded, satisfied that I'd prioritized safety. Later, when the van windows rattled homeward, I described the creature to the ranger overseeing our team, picking words carefully. Color of moss, tail like a giant rat, claws long and curved, face flattened, no muzzle. He chuckled and said raccoons with mange can look mighty strange, especially when half their fur sloughs off. Cougars too, if illness strikes. When I insisted the body shape didn't match and added the odd whistle, he shrugged. Stress rattles eyesight, he said. Brain turns shadows to monsters. Maybe, I thought, but shadows don't climb like liquid over bark. That evening I scrubbed trash dust from my skin, but the smell of decayed cardboard seemed to follow me. Sleep arrived late, full of rustling branches and low whistles threading through half-dreamt pines. For weeks afterward, I caught myself scanning treetops whenever wind rattled needles overhead. Somewhere beyond the ordinary catalog of Adirondack fauna, my mind now filed a blank entry. Unidentified tree dweller, witnessed once, never proven, forever possible. Years slipped by. I left for college, studied forestry, learned scientific names for lichens and the migratory paths of every warbler species that summered in New York. I guided backpackers along ridge trails, taught them to respect bears, cougars, coy wolves. Yet on moonless nights beside campfires, I sometimes recounted, soft voice, rain tapping nylon, the day I buried puppies and met whatever shared their forest. Listeners leaned in, faces flickering orange, and some shivered though the coals were bright. I never embellished, never carved fangs or dripped blood onto my description. Reality was uncanny enough. A being shaped by bark and shadow, watching over a grave I dug with a broken limb. Now, more than 15 years distant, I still walk Adirondack paths whenever city life loosens its grip. Every time a branch creaks overhead, I look up, not in dread, but in cautious wonder, half hoping to glimpse that moss-colored silhouette settling its unseen eyes on me again. I imagine it perched silent as lichen, bound to treetops and twilight, content that the woods remained a place where even small tragedies earned a moment of honor beneath pine needles. I do not expect answers, but each time the trail dips into deep shade, I remember to lift my eyes and grant the unknown its space among the branches. Halloween fell on the calendar like a dark jewel that year, late enough in autumn that every leaf had browned and curled, yet early enough that winter's first snows were still only rumors carried in cold breath. All day the wind had prowled across the empty farmland that bordered the old-growth forest, rattling barn windows and making stray dogs whimper at doors they once guarded with careless courage. By dusk, heavy clouds blotted out the sunset and turned the sky a deep, unbroken black. The very absence of color felt deliberate, as though night itself wished to erase the last hint of ordinary daylight before the real work of Halloween began. At the forest's edge stood the first guardian trees, towering pines that locals called the Watchers. Their trunks were wider than two people standing hand in hand. Their bark was thick enough to swallow axe blades, and their branches reached so high that climbing them became pointless after the first 40 feet because the trunks kept climbing another 40 and then 40 more. Legends said each Watcher carried an ancient spirit sealed within its core, a spirit that awoke only on the final night of October. Whether or not that was factual, anyone who walked between those first two pines after nightfall felt a hush wrap around them. A hush heavy enough to muffle conversation and even silence a heart that wanted to beat too loudly. Some explained the hush as simple acoustics. Others muttered that it was the forest's first whisper, asking for quiet and promising worse than scolding if disobedience followed. Several hundred paces beyond the Watchers, long after the last trace of moonlight had trouble easing through the dense canopy, a wide clearing opened like the eye of a storm. Children who stumbled upon it in daylight talked about how the treetops bent back in an almost perfect circle that could make daytime shadows curl like broken fingers along the ground. Hunters marked the place on their maps as an eternal dead zone, a location where deer refused to graze and birds refused to nest. Botanists noted the absence of saplings, as if the soil itself denied new life. Those who read older diaries, back when settlement ended at the first line of conifers, found that the clearing was there even then with almost the same description. Wrong wind, wrong quiet, wrong echo. History never offered more details. Local tradition filled in the gaps with stories that changed from decade to decade but always ended with the same moral. The clearing was a place fraught with beings that preferred to go unnoticed until the last night of October, when they decided to be noticed all at once. Shortly after twilight, the night's first travelers emerged from the deeper gorges of the forest. They placed each step so gently that not even dry needles cracked underfoot. To any wandering animal or half-asleep raven overhead, the newcomers looked like wolves, four-legged, lean, gray. Yet a closer inspection would have revealed that each silhouette stretched a fraction too tall for a wolf's natural proportions, and that their eyes carried human calculation. These were skinwalkers, every inch of them aware that the simplest truth about their kind was the one outsiders liked least. They could shed one body as easily as slipping out of a damp coat, and in a heartbeat they could learn to wear another. The lead shifter glided to the center of the clearing. Her body shimmered like heat above pavement, then solidified into the tall, lithe figure of Mara. She ran her hand through dark hair that reflected a sliver of starlight that had somehow battled through the cloud cover. She sniffed the air, savoring the lonely scent of pines, wet soil, and the dangerous spice of coming magic. One by one, the rest of her pack dropped their borrowed wolf forms. Some tested new shapes, an owl here, a fox there, only to shake those bodies off again like practice weights. By custom, each skinwalker used the clearing's silence to make sure their next shape would be perfect. Halloween was the one night they intended no mistakes. Mara watched her companions flex new fingers, measure new tails. When she was satisfied, everyone stood ready. She knelt, pressed her palm into loamy earth, and breathed greetings into the hum below ground. That hum did not belong to the forest alone. It belonged to everything the forest hid. Across the clearing, a hushed vibration crawled up the trunks and forced thin saplings to bow. From the north side, a wail floated through inhuman registers, hovering somewhere between ancient grief and murderous hunger. It belonged to the Wendigo, a starving spirit that could never be full. Those who documented the Wendigos myth focused on the creature's cannibal origins, on how once it ate human flesh it cursed itself with unending appetite. But the deeper horror was that even as its body stretched thin, skin hugging bone, joints jutting like iron spikes, its hunger turned into something louder than survival, something closer to a craving for despair itself. Tonight, this Wendigo brought that longing to the gathering. Standing taller than a moose, it unhinged what would have been a jaw if its lips had not rotted away centuries earlier. Yellow teeth crunched together in a slow rhythm, and its breath curled out like steam in a slaughterhouse. Mara eyed the approaching monster without flinching. She stood. Her heartbeat quickened, but she refused to step back. The Wendigo's eyes burned a crimson so deep it threatened to spiral into black. It seemed to study her as well. Then, as if accepting a silent treaty, it angled toward the far edge of the clearing where a row of old birch trees still wore white bark that glowed faintly in shadow. There it waited. Its chest rose and fell in ragged hitching strides, yet it kept still enough that frost began to form on grass around its hooves. As the Wendigo settled, the air rippled with threads of pale fog. The threads thickened, twining into columns that circled the clearing's perimeter. Those columns dissolved into figures that seemed carved of moonlight and grief. They were spirits caught between what had happened in their lives and whatever waited afterward. Specters who clung to memory so fiercely that death had to rewind them like a stuck record each night. One, entirely draped in the remnants of a tattered wedding dress, traced invisible patterns across her own chest as if forever writing an apology she never managed to deliver. Another, an older man, hovered inches above ground, shaking his head, repeating words no living ear could fully hear. The ghosts drifted as wind might drift if wind forgot how to blow in a single direction. The moon pulled them toward the clearing's center, though none dared cross its boundary. They would watch. They would remind the living that love and anger could remain stubborn long after flesh dissolved. Past the ring of ghosts, far on the western side, a soft orange glow spilled through the darkness. At first it looked like dawn sneaking in early, but Mara knew it was only fire. She walked to the boundary of warmth and saw 3 witches gathered around a black iron cauldron propped on smooth river stones. The largest witch, her hair a silver braid thick as rope, held a crooked wooden spoon. Her name was Inez. She dipped the spoon into green liquid, tasted the tip, smirked. Beside her, slender Maeve sprinkled sage and rosemary, then raised both hands to direct a coil of flame under the cauldron. On the far side, young Nora scanned a worn parchment, muttering syllables that made tree trunks flex under strain. All 3 witches wore patchwork cloaks stitched from crow feathers and scraps of deer hide. In daylight, those cloaks might have looked ragged, but under the cauldron's reflection they gleamed like molten topaz. Mara greeted them with the barest nod. Witches and skinwalkers rarely quarreled, but rarely trusted each other. A skinwalker might mock an incantation, claiming power came from within one's own bones. A witch might argue that any creature relying on a borrowed body was at risk of forgetting its own spirit. Yet on Halloween, both sides recognized the other's devotion to old ways. They let compliments go unspoken because shared caution served them better. Mara turned away. A new scent, metallic, sweet, dangerously inviting, breezed in from the south. Through a gap between cedar trunks stepped a figure dressed in black so dark it seemed the night had tailored suits. He was tall, lean, refined, with a face that made even the Wendigo's hollow gaze twitch with curiosity. The vampire bowed low, as courtesy demanded. Behind him came 2 more, one wearing a cloak lined with red silk, the other so pale her skin resembled bleached parchment. They glided across fallen leaves without bending a single stem. Every inch of them radiated an ache for living blood. Yet they smiled, because vampires enjoyed demonstrating how control overcame craving. A especially before an audience. Mara's pulse ticked faster. The vampire leader lifted one eyebrow as if he could hear the moment her heart betrayed interest. She curled her lips back in a half-snarled grin, making clear she would not become someone's feast tonight. The vampire dipped his head again in mock apology, then drifted sideways, taking a position opposite the witches. With each party in place, skinwalkers to the east, ghosts to the north, witches to the west, vampires to the south, the Wendigo in its own realm of frost. An invisible tension snapped tight like a drumhead. The clearing's soil throbbed. Something old and quiet swam up from its depths like river mud stirred by sudden rain. All creatures present sensed the awakening. Halloween's power was not simply the thinning of lines between life and death, but also a single opportunity for each monster to see, for one brief stretch of time, how existence felt to others who lived in equally strange darkness. No one exactly knew how the tradition started. Perhaps centuries ago, some witch and some shapeshifter crossed paths and realized there were more enemies outside the forest than inside. Perhaps it was as simple as loneliness on the one night mortals could scare themselves into trembling behind locked doors, leaving an entire wilderness to those who kept secrets. Whatever the origin, tonight the tradition lived fresh and fragile. One wrong move could still ruin it, so every heartbeat mattered. Mara stepped forward. Faint starlight kissed her bare shoulders. No weapon weighed her hands. Nothing stronger than intention shaped her posture. She said aloud what none of the strangers had said yet, that they had gathered not to war but to exist together, just for these hours, under a sky that belonged to all who feared daylight. Her words carried no spell, but intent alone held power on Halloween. Wind paused to listen. Even the Wendigo cocked its head, surprised that a shapeshifter would break silence first. A hiss lifted from the vampire leader's throat, softer than a cat's yawn. He followed with his own short speech, acknowledging the skinwalker's cunning, the witch's lore, the ghost's devotion, the Wendigo's relentless hunger that reminded every other creature of cost. He admitted that thirst, in all its forms, was what bound them, though they rarely spoke of it. Hunger for skin, for blood, for memory, for the pulse inside trees. Hunger was honest, unlike mortals who hid their needs behind small talk. He finished by promising his coven would respect the clearing's accord. The witch Inez raised her spoon like a conductor signaling a symphony's entrance. She recited a litany in a language older than any text kept safe in libraries. Each phrase rolled across soil as if her breath was stone and breeze at once. Sparks shot from the cauldron, blossoming into green orbs that drifted upward and burst into silver dust. The dust hung suspended, forming vague shapes. One moment a horse galloping in place, the next a fish swimming inside invisible water, the next a willow waving empty branches. Each shape symbolized a realm of existence. Each burst meant welcome, spoken through light rather than vowels. The ghosts drifted closer, no longer content to watch from beyond the ring. They hovered between the living and the dead, the silver dust shimmering through their incorporeal chests. That shimmer gave them brief form. Their faces formed clear edges, their hands molded from fog. The older man looked down at his own palms as though seeing his skin restored. The bride pressed invisible fingers to her mouth as if remembering the taste of her name. Their gratitude smelled like sweet clover after rain. On the opposite side, the Wendigo's ribs expanded. Frost crystals crunched under its breath. It had no words for peace. It existed outside such able grammar. But it lowered its head. Not a bow. That would have been a lie this creature could never tell, but a slight dip acknowledging that for the next few hours no blood would spill. Hunger would still prowl its bones, but hunger could wait. The Wendigo's eyes drifted to Mara. She did not look away. A conversation older than sentence structure flickered between them. She reminded the beast that empathy could be brief but meaningful. It answered with silence that said it had no memory of empathy, yet it remembered once having less emptiness in its belly. That memory would have to suffice. With formalities complete, magic changed color. The cold air lifted, not enough for warmth but enough for something like comfort. The witches sprinkled crushed marigold into the cauldron. Steam rose brighter than before, tinted amber. Mara bent and placed her palms on the ground again. She uttered a sound, half coyote yip, half raven croak, and instantly her body folded into fur and feather at once, confusing shape until it settled on something that had never existed before. A creature with a raven's glossy head perched on a coyote's lithe frame. She darted around the perimeter. Her pack followed, each choosing weird new forms. An owl with lynx paws, a stag with bear claws, shapes that would never be practical outside this single night but belonged here in the clearing's dreaming logic. When they moved, sparks flew from their fur, trailing arcs of green behind them like northern lights. The vampires watched, and the leader let out an amused laugh. He tugged off his tailored coat, letting it fall to the grass. Then he flung himself upward. Where he landed, he did not land at all but phase shifted into a cloud of black bats that spiraled into the darkness above the ring of trees. They reassembled midair, forming shapes, first a spiral wheel, then a hollow cube, then a jagged heart before dissolving again. Down on the grass, his two companions followed. Their forms rippled into mist, then reappeared 10 paces away, then flickered somewhere else, like flickers of shadow wrestling moonlight. The spirits floated among the dancers. Whenever one brushed against the orange dust still drifting from the witch's cauldron, it thickened, as if memory regained mass for a beat. The bride found her feet and for 5 seconds twirled her wedding dress like she had once before a long-ago mirror. A moment later the dust faded and the dance ended, but the echo remained on her hollow face, a smile no mortal I had witnessed in decades. The older man found himself solid enough to remove a hat he once wore in life. He tipped it to the nearest skinwalker bear stag hybrid. When ghostly dust spilled out of the hat's crown, he laughed. A sound so gentle that every creature paused, startled that laughter could travel that freely between realms. Even the Wendigo's ears flicked as if registering new pitch. Midnight arrived, though no one spoke the hour. Rather, the shift came in a change of wind. It tugged at hair, at feathers, at shapeshifters' mixed anatomy. It whispered around the vampires' cloaks, danced along the witches' braids, and rustled the ghosts like silken ribbons. This wind meant the veil itself, whatever membrane separated the living world from all others, had reached its thinnest point. Any thinner and visitors might slip through the wrong way. If the ghosts stayed too long, they risked forgetting which direction was home. If the witches drew too much power from the thinning, their cauldron might become an anchor no one could lift. If the Wendigo lost its fragile threshold of restraint, it might lunge for the nearest body, vampire, skinwalker, or spirit, and tear that body open without caring what spilled out. So Mara trotted into the clearing's center, still wearing the bizarre Raven Coyote composite, and called out in a howl so layered it split into harmony. The witches raised hands, sending small fountains of sparks heavenward, where the vampire bats scooped them up in delicate loops. The ghosts retreated to the circle's shadowy border, content now. The Wendigo exhaled frost so intense the grass whitened underfoot. Then it pivoted and leaped into tree line, leaving behind a trail of icy footprints that melted after 3 heartbeats. One by one, groups dispersed. Skinwalkers melted into forms better suited for stealth. Black wolves, silent ravens, little pine martens that zigzagged up trunks. The witches lifted the cauldron lid and poured shimmering potion into clay flasks they tucked under cloaks for the long walk home. The vampires regrouped by the cedar stand, retrieving coats, smoothing collars, each face once more an unreadable mask of elegance hiding thirst. Ghosts drifted backward along whatever invisible paths led them to the places they recognized. A rotted homestead beyond the hill, a fallen chapel by an unmarked grave, the memory of a nursery no longer standing. The clearing, after pulsing like a heartbeat for hours, began to relax its tension, as if the forest itself breathed a sigh. Before Mara left, she turned to get one last look at the place under newly bright stars. She felt the hum she had sensed earlier settling back into the deep earth. She pressed her coyote paw, still feather-tipped, into soft soil and silently thanked whatever ancient weave of chance and tradition kept such nights possible. Then she loped away. As she faded into the shadows, the clearing became what it always appeared during daylight, an empty space ringed by silent trees. Dead leaves rustled. An owl hooted. Far off, water from an unseen brook murmured under a bar of moss. There was no sign of witches or wendigos, no lingering cauldron scorch, no prints of deer or stag or wolf, nothing but ordinary darkness. Hours later, dawn's first gray light crept into the sky, smudging the black east with faint hope. Farm dogs stretched and yawned. Rabbits emerged to nose frostbitten clover. Close to town, parents rose early, brewed coffee, packed lunches, smoothed wrinkled costumes they would wear to office parties. Unaware that the real celebration had already ended, they would tell their children stories that evening. About ghosts, about vampires, about monsters in the woods. But they would not believe any of it reached beyond campfire fun. In a way, they were right. The power that had gathered in the clearing belonged to Halloween alone. By sunrise, it had retreated below ground, coiled in root systems and chalked bone dust, waiting 11 months and 30 days for its next blooming. Yet some clues lingered for those careful enough to notice. A farmer feeding horses might see frost-burned patches on grass in the shape of elongated hooves. A jogger cutting through the forest path might taste something sweet and smoky in the air, as though herbs had burned their hours earlier. A hound might sniff a tree trunk, then back away, tail low, sensing an enormous scent that mocked understanding. And occasionally, a lonely traveler, passing between the watcher pines without knowing the legend, might feel an unnatural hush press on their lungs, urging them to hold breath until the last needle-strewn footstep carried them past the unseen boundary. Halloween always ends, but the forest never really forgets. Year after year, the clearing waits, roots deepening, silence thickening, sky tilting. Creatures elsewhere pass the time in their own strange corners, skinwalkers adjusting to new territories, witches perfecting incantations, vampires flirting with modern cities, but always drifting back to deeper shade. The Wendigo roams farthest, because hunger is a compass that never quits pointing forward. Each group measures months by the moon. When the earth rolls around again, and October heaves its final dusk, these beings will feel a pull neither habit nor logic can refuse. They will return to that same unseen corridor through trees, drawn by an instinct older than reason. The night will once again be thick with otherworldly energy. People in houses will watch their jack-o'-lantern candles flicker. Teenagers will dare each other to step past posted "no trespassing" signs. Parents will count buckets of candy. Police will patrol for drunk drivers. But somewhere beyond obvious folklore, hidden in a clearing many of them have never even imagined, the second Halloween begins. The one the daylight world is lucky not to see, because if it did, its heart might either shatter or expand beyond recognition. Those who keep guard know the dance. Witches will stir flames. Skinwalkers will practice forms that push the limits of anatomy. Vampires will praise or mock the blush of mortal blood, depending on whether they feel poetic. Ghosts will borrow bodies of dust just long enough to honor memories. The Wendigo will watch from the cold, perhaps never fully joining yet never truly leaving. The only rule is that they trust the hours will hold. Dawn will come, the veil will thicken, life will go back to living, death to dying, myths to hiding. Until next time. I was 12 years old the autumn the ground shook under our boots and the cave showed its mouth. Home was a stray cluster of houses tucked outside Johnson City, Tennessee, deep in the blue-gray folds of the Appalachians. It was 1973, maybe 74. That part blurs, and if you were a kid then you spent sunlight hours anywhere except in the living room. Our black and white TV balanced tinfoil rabbit ears on top, and on a good night we could coax 2 fuzzy channels from the ether. No cartoons waited after school, no streaming, no handheld screens. Freedom meant the ridge behind the house, the endless switchbacks of creek bottoms, the slag piles from a mine abandoned long before my grandparents married. My brothers, my sisters, and whichever neighborhood friends happened to be loafing around would pick a direction after breakfast and vanish until the first stars pricked the sky. Parents noticed only if supper grew cold. We built forts from deadfalls, fished for crawdads, hunted copperheads with sticks that were never quite long enough. When I look back now, I shudder at the chasms we straddled, the rusty ladders we climbed, the mine shafts we dropped into with a single rope knotted from feed store twine. People say children in the 70s were tough. More honest is to admit we were ignorant and lucky in equal measure. The morning the earthquake hit began like any other school day. Frost silvered the grass. Breath puffed white when my sisters and I waited by the mailbox for the bus. Lunch boxes banging our shins. Somewhere behind the ridge, a rooster mistimed its crow. Then gravel rattled under our sneakers. Pebbles danced across the road as if invisible marbles rolled downhill. Wind was calm, yet oak leaves shook loose and drifted sideways. Farther up the slope, dirt hissed and a plume of dust spurted into the crisp air. The whole scene lasted maybe 10 seconds. A rumble from the earth's throat, the feeling your stomach gets when a Ferris wheel drops. Then silence so pure we heard our own hearts thumping. We sprinted for the porch, shouting for Dad. He was already in the driveway, hands braced on the roof of his Buick, staring north. A minute later, the AM radio crackled. A 7.3 quake centered in Claiborne County. Folks would talk for weeks about dishes smashing all the way to Charlotte, 100 miles beyond the ridgeline. Our school closed, administrators worried about aftershocks. So we tumbled out of shoes, grabbed BB guns and peanut butter sandwiches, and pointed ourselves toward the scarred hillside where rocks had slid. My small expedition that day included my best friend Dale, inseparable from me since kindergarten, plus the Miller twins, red-haired, freckled, cursed with mouths that turned the air blue. Those boys treated every dare like a duel and figured profanity made them invincible. I liked them anyway. They were loyal, and loyalty mattered when you spent afternoons dangling over sinkholes. Up on the ridge, we found more upheaval than we expected. Boulders the size of refrigerators had skidded downslope, ripping saplings like matchsticks. But the true marvel crouched 3 yards back from a fresh tear in the hillside. A hole about 4 feet high, half hidden by roots and leaf litter, exhaling a slow breath that smelled of damp clay. Real caves do not resemble the movie kind with grand arches and lantern-ready floors. They look like dirty wounds in the ground, narrow, crooked, defended by briars. Dale poked a stick into the opening, scraped loose mud, and grinned. We raced home for supplies, 30 feet of clothesline rope, Dad's dented kerosene lantern, 2 bottles of RC Cola. We told Mom we had chores later, promised to stay clear of the quarry, and vanished before she quizzed us further. Back at the cave mouth, Dale widened the gap by yanking roots and hurling fist-sized rocks. A gust puffed out, carrying rot hot enough to sting eyes. Something dead lay inside. It reeked worse than any opossum we'd seen baking on blacktop. Still, adventure trumped stench. Dale swung the lantern forward, thumbed the striker. Light bloomed. One by one, we crawled beneath the dangling roots into what felt at first like a boxy basement. Maybe 20 feet across, only 4 feet high. A child's secret clubhouse carved by geology. Bones littered the floor. Rib cages free of meat, pelvises cracked open, vertebrae strung like ivory beads. A mangled dog collar glinted. Some carcasses still carried scraps of muscle buzzing with carrion beetles. Cats, dogs, deer, rodents, the twin boys hoisted femurs, guessing species as if trading baseball cards. That was when I saw the eye shine. Twin reflections at the rear wall, too level to belong to a raccoon, too steady for a stray cat. Lamplight caught green-gold discs hovering just beyond bone piles. I whispered, maybe shouted, that we needed to leave. Something in my voice yanked Dale's attention. None of us argued. We slithered out fast, hearts banging like tin lids in wind. Mid-sprint, we agreed it must be a black bear den. Tennessee wildlife pamphlets preached that bears sometimes used limestone hollows for winter sleep. My father, a cautious man who sowed sense into our heads with stern talk, confirmed as much when we burst into the kitchen. "Stay away," he ordered, pulling on his work boots for second shift at the Bluebell denim plant. Mom backed him with threats of tanned hides. Then they anchored us with chores, splitting firewood, shoveling anthracite coal from the bin behind the smokehouse. Fear of claws faded under the ache of blistered palms. For days, the earthquake remained headline news, but the cave tugged at our minds like a magnet under skin. Saturday morning, frost again whitening the goldenrod, Dale appeared at the porch carrying pocket knives, slingshots, and bravado. We convinced ourselves the eyes might have belonged to a wandering hound. We pictured hidden gold or Civil War relics deeper inside. The Miller twins double-dog dared each other until return became a sure thing. We told no adults. Rain had washed the entrance wider, smoothing mud into a slide. Lantern lit, we ducked inside, this time pushing farther. The initial chamber funneled into a steep chute that slanted downward like a crooked staircase cut by water. Gone were the bones. The floor here was bare limestone. We followed the slope maybe 100 feet until it ended at a black hole the width of a well. From that hole warm air drifted upward, warm like someone's breath. We fed the lantern wick higher, leaned over. The light could not find bottom. The rope we carried dangled only 15 feet, useless. So we retreated, built torches from fallen pine branches soaked in lantern oil, and returned. The first torch we tossed clattered down maybe 20 feet, landing in a chamber no bigger than a garden shed. Flames flickered, licking walls the color of soot. Movement circled the torchlight. Something prowled just beyond full glow. Long, lean, panther-shaped but wrong somehow. Its coat looked obsidian. Ears rose stiff like horns. Eyes flared red, not by reflection but from something burning inside. It paced with measured hatred, gaze locked on two trembling boys staring down a shaft. The creature released a sound. To call it a roar insults lions. It vibrated like a blast siren buried in your skull, shook my legs from under me, drove nails of nausea into stomach lining. I dropped to my knees. Dale too. Eardrums felt stabbed, thoughts scattered. The torchlight stuttered as the monster circled. A second scream lashed upward, this time colder, angrier. Yet we remained pinned. The lantern slipped from Dale's fingers, tumbled off the ledge, crashed beside the creature in a shattering bloom of kerosene fire. Flame burst bright. The beast shrieked. Not the paralyzing psychic shriek, but a pain cry made of flesh and throat. Instantly the spell snapped. Dale grabbed my sleeve. I grabbed the rope. We half scrambled, half fell up the steep chute, blind to everything except the image of those ember eyes tracking us. A third bellow chased our heels like wind from an explosion. It hit us physically, a wall of noise that threw us forward. We crawled, tore shirts, split knuckles, finally spilled out of the cave mouth into gray daylight and kept running till woods blurred. Sound vanished for me that afternoon. Total hush, as though cotton stuffed my ears. Headache bloomed, pulsing behind eyes. At home my parents found Dale and me bruised, weeping silent tears, blood-crusting elbows. The local doctor ruled out concussion, blamed gas pockets common in caves for our dizziness and hearing loss. He prescribed rest. 10 days later, high tones returned, but a faint ringing never left. Sleep became a battleground. Night after night, I dreamed I crouched beside the torch again, powerless, while the thing below calculated which piece of me to savor first. I'd startle awake curled fetal, nails dug into scalp. Dale confessed similar terrors before his parents sent him to a residential school for the deaf. His hearing never quite rebounded. When he limped back years later, neighbors said he drank more than he spoke. I never revisited the cave, though 5 decades later curiosity pricks. After another reported quake, I drove winding back roads searching childhood haunts. The ridge entrance had collapsed. Vines curtained what little remained. I stood a while listening. Wind threaded leaves. No warm breath rose from any hidden hole. Yet I felt watched, as I used to feel in math class when a teacher suspected I hadn't studied. Guilty without knowing why. I cannot name what the earthquake unsealed. It wasn't a bear or cougar. Bears don't wield sound as a weapon. Cougars don't bend your mind until you kneel. It exercised will. It studied our faces. It punished the intrusion with a calculated pulse that short-circuited muscle and thought. And its hatred tasted ancient, older than slate seams or the railroad spikes rusting in gulches below. Sometimes I wonder if that howl still ricochets among chambers no human eyes have mapped, waiting for idiots with torches to stumble close. Plenty of caves riddle those hills. Plenty of hollow places waiting for the next tremor to pry them open. If you're young and fearless and the ground gives way under your boots, remember the bones we saw scattered like chicken scrap. Remember the voice that hit us like water from a fire hose. Remember that some things in the dark are not satisfied with scaring tourists. They want to empty you of thought, leave you deaf, feed on whatever pieces fall to the floor. I grew up where steep mountains rise like green walls and the sky feels small between the ridges. At night, those ridges swallow the moon quicker than any clock, and darkness pours into the hollers the way water sinks into old mine shafts. Folks around here call our part of the Blue Ridge the backbone of Appalachia. That sounds proud and sturdy when daylight shows off the dogwoods and red maples. But after sundown, the same hills twist into something older, stranger. My people have lived in these folds for more than a century. Land passes from grandparent to grandchild. House beams get replaced board by board. Bloodlines tangle with stories until no one remembers which came first, the warning or the wound that proved the warning true. My father and my grandmother were born on the small reservation tucked a few miles south of our pasture. They learned the language early and often. They learned that some words belong outdoors and some never belong at all. My siblings and I grew up on that caution. Granny pinned thick blankets over our bedroom windows so nothing could see in or out after sunset. She barred us from whistling once the evening shadows pooled under the eaves. We thought she worried about strangers or loose bears, but she worried about older things, taller things, the kind that travel ridgetops in a single stride and use owl cries the way a man might tap a telegraph key. Most folks call them Sasquatch. Around here, the polite name is Mountain Boss. When somebody tells it plain, they call it the Wood Booger. In our language, the word is Tsul'kalu'. The syllables feel like river water over stone. Tisukelu, heavy on the first breath, softer on the second. Granny whispered that name if we begged for bedtime stories, then made us spit over our left shoulders to break the echo. Names pull things closer, she said. Spitting makes them slip. For years, the stories stayed stories. My cousins claimed they saw broad footprints in creek mud or heard whoops drifting from the timber stands above the railroad tracks. But my sister and I could go months without a single odd noise. No clacking stones, no toppled feed buckets, no moonlit silhouettes where there ought to be nothing but trees. Dad kept his vigilance anyway. Each calving season, he bedded newborns in the bright-lit barn and sat the loft with a rifle across his knees. He never said what he watched for, only that calves cost money and blood makes a scent that travels farther than gossip. Our house stands half a mile up from my grandparents' old place. We're a mile of rutted gravel from the nearest state road and another dozen miles from the nearest streetlight. My spouse and I share the two-story clapboard with Dad, Mama, my youngest sister, and our daughters. We string porch lights from April to November, but even 60-watt bulbs cannot push back the complete dark. A creek runs behind the tool shed. Past that creek rises the ridge where the hemlocks stand shoulder to shoulder. Most springs we lose a chicken to foxes. Coyotes circle the cattle fence lines. Black bears nose the trash cans in late August when pears ripen. Those are normal troubles. Mountain Boss troubles feel different. You can taste them on the wind. The first night I heard the knocks, we were passing a slow evening on the front porch. Dad, my sister, and me. The walnut trees had already dropped their leaves. Frogs still croaked somewhere down by the cattails, but crickets were finishing their last songs of the year. Tony, my sister's pit bull, sprawled under the bench, head on her paws. She was fearless, the sort of dog who charges an adult black bear with zero regard for proportional response. When she growled, most animals reconsidered. That night, I felt the rumble in her chest before I registered the sound. She rose stiff-legged and stalked to the rail. Every hair along her spine bristled. My sister called her low, "Easy, girl, easy." But the dog ignored her, teeth just peeking through flues. My own pulse jumped. I followed Tony's focus toward the thicket where our yard graded into uncleared timber. Leaves crowded the dark like overlapping roof shingles. I saw nothing. I tried to listen past the wind, and suddenly I knew why Tony braced. From somewhere up the near ridge came a single, deliberate knock. A pause, long enough for lungs to fill. A second knock. Another breath-long hush. A third knock. Each strike carried weight, as if someone used a trunk of oak to pound a living tree trunk. 15 seconds stretched between blows, yet each one felt rehearsed. Right then, I noticed the frogs had gone silent. Katydids, tree crickets, even the distant whippoorwill, all gone. The entire hillside held its breath. I wanted to scuttle behind Dad's chair, Instead, I kept my voice level. "We should head in." My father, retired tribal police, .44 in the waistband, patience in his eyes, shook his head once. He listened, chin lifted, reading the hillside like a paper map. My sister stayed beside Tony, hand hovering near the dog's collar. The pit bull's tail tucked low, not aggressive now, but frightened. I had never seen Tony fearful of anything that moved. Leaves rustled uphill. Something big, too big for a deer, shifted its weight and retreated through undergrowth, heading higher. Branches snapped, then quiet again. We released the breath we'd been sharing. That hush lasted half a minute, maybe less, before another set of knocks boomed from the opposite ridge on the far side of the holler. These were heavier, deeper, 5 in a row. Sound traveled through open air like iron dropped onto stump. The distance between ridges is a quarter-mile by map, but the holler converts sound like a megaphone. Those knocks felt practically behind my chair. My sister whispered, "That's not the same one." "No way," Dad agreed. His voice stayed calm. "That's them telling each other where they are. They run the spine, follow the creeps." He tapped the butt of his revolver to make sure I saw it. "Thunder," he called it. "I keep thunder on me, so they mind their manners." The tension broke when the far ridge caller let out a whoop, high and trembling, the exact pitch you hear on television documentaries, except louder, clearer, thick with lungs the size of wine barrels. Seconds later, the nearer ridge answered with a deeper call that rattled the porch floorboards under our boots. Tony whined low. Dad said, "Inside now." I did not argue. That night, conversation about Sulkaloo left the realm of legend and entered everyday fact. Once we admitted the knocks out loud, the stories flowed. My spouse confessed he'd seen a massive figure years earlier, prying at our old chicken coop. He had locked the birds in, grabbed a flashlight, and caught a silhouette shaped like a linebacker wrapped in a shaggy coat. One swing from that shape bent half-inch wire mesh like paper. My spouse dashed inside to fetch the 12-gauge. By the time he returned, the figure was gone. The coop door dangled and 3 hens were missing. Dad told us about night shift patrols when he answered calls of prowlers. He'd step from the cruiser, flashlight sweeping, and a stench would hit, rank, sour wet dog smell with undertones of swamp rot. Footfalls would crunch beyond his beam. If he cut the light and waited, wooden clacks would echo, as if trees conversed behind their trunks. "I never fired a shot," he said, "but my thumb sat on the hammer all night." After that porch incident, I could not decide whether the forest had grown louder or my ears had learned how to listen. Pears vanished from branches higher than a black bear could reach. Shucked cobs littered the garden despite no raccoon prints in the mud. Rocks thudded onto the tin roof at 3 in the morning. First one, a week later two, then a fistful at once, denting the lawn chairs we forgot to fold. Chickens disappeared periodically. We built heavier lids, added extra latches. The next loss came with the latch twisted clean off. Some nights Dad tested a Civil War-era Springfield he'd restored. Black powder thunder rolls long in a valley. Whenever he fired, the following night something screamed from tree line. An answer, insult, or challenge. Windows rattled. My oldest daughter said the noise pressed on her ribs like an earthquake. We all started spotting eyeshine. Amber coins hovering 6 feet above ground, gone if you blinked. Late one July, my sister decided to prove she was braver than her jitters. She drove to town for groceries, left after sunset, and spotted a silhouette near the pasture bordering the highway. One oak grows in that field. She saw movement behind its trunk, backed the pickup, swept her bar light across. A form at least 7 feet tall hugged the bark, one arm wrapped half around, hair hanging in reddish mats. She said she sensed it staring straight through the glare, reading her face behind the windshield. Terror folded her stomach. She punched the accelerator and did not release until gravel popped under our carport. When she slammed the door, she sobbed hard. A single wordless rush that told us everything. That was 2 weeks back. Tonight gave us fresh reason to write. Early evening, I was simmering venison stew, kitchen hot with steam. I stepped onto the porch for a breath. My sister joined, scrolling her phone, swing creaking beneath her weight. Cicadas thrummed. Tree frogs answered. Then a whistle cut through. A clear, human-sounding whistle from the same ridge where Tony once growled. Not a tune, only a single rising note. 10 seconds. Another whistle followed, shorter. Then one knock, deep and sharp. We rushed inside, bolting the storm door. Dad listened to our quick account, said nothing. After supper, he asked us to accompany him for chores. Check the heifers, walk the dogs. 10 minutes later, our phones buzzed. Quietly and quickly, step out here. We obeyed. Dad stood in the yard under the motion light, head canted toward the dark timber. Night insects had muted again. A strange whistle floated from the ravine, warbling and off-pitch, almost like an owl imitated by someone who had only read about owls secondhand. It repeated, paused, repeated. I could not see whatever made it, but the air tasted charged, expectant. The whistle ceased. A low bellow rumbled so close the shed rattled. We retreated, dogs at our knees, door locked behind us. Dad leaned his rifle against the wall, yet kept every interior light off except one lamp in the hallway. They know bright porch lights mean we're awake, he said. Best let them drift off. Sleep will not come easy tonight. I can picture the ridge line through the bedroom wall, the path Sol Kalu walks between oaks. The creek below a silver thread it follows while shuffling pears into wide palms. I remind myself it left Dad and Granny's herd untouched for years, that we have lived on this land longer than I've been alive, that we obey the boundaries. No whistling after dark, no calves outside at night, spitting over a shoulder when someone dares speak the name. Still, I cannot unhear that bellow. It wasn't anger alone. It was authority, like pasture bulls warning coyotes. This ground answers to me. Tomorrow we'll mend the yard fence where water last flood undermined posts. We'll run fresh wire over the henhouse roof. We'll pick the pears left within ladder reach and haul them to Granny's cellar. Routine is how mountain families push daylight into the cracks fear opens. But sundown will come fast. These autumn evenings always do, and the crickets will hush on cue, and somewhere in the pines a knuckle will rap out 3 slow beats. When it does, we will dim the lamps, hold our breath, and listen. Not because we want another story to retell, but because for a few fragile seconds the forest will be speaking in the only language it trusts. And if the whistle rises again, we will pretend we do not understand. We'll pretend the slam of the screen door severs sound. Truth is, we do understand. Sol Kalu rules the ridges, and we live here by its tolerance. Granny knew it. Dad knows it. The dog somehow knows it. I am learning. In the hollers of Appalachia, you don't just share land with bobcats and black bears. You share it with the mountain boss. As long as the knocks stay on the far ridge and the calves sleep under floodlights, peace holds. But each autumn night, the boundary shivers. Each dawn we take inventory. Count hens, check roof tin, sniff the breeze for that sour musk. Survival here isn't bravado. It's respect measured in small acts. Silence after dark, spit over a shoulder, thunder kept ready yet rarely used. I hope my daughters grow up knowing why the porch light stays on and why their grandfather keeps vigil with an antique revolver. I hope they learn to recognize the hush between cricket chirps and understand it means more than weather. The forest still has rules too old for paper, and the wood booger is part of every last one. Maybe someday the mountain boss will drift farther up the range, or maybe in early winter will press it deeper into uncut timber. Until then we live with its footsteps the way tidal towns live with the sea. Accepting erosion, patching what gets swept away, and listening each night for the surf-like echo of a howl crossing treetops. It is not a perfect peace. It is the only peace Appalachia has ever offered those who love her enough to stay. The second floor hallway stretched left and right. The crying came from the far right room, door shut. I shined the beam down. My guts rolled at the distance between us and the stairs. We would have to pass every other door to flee. I tapped Howard's shoulder, tried to pull him back. He ignored me. The sobs grew louder, jagged, desperate. Howard gripped the knob, turned, pushed. The crying stopped. Light spilled across the floorboards. Inside sat a figure, knees to chest, wrapped in lank black hair that pooled around it. Skin the color of dead fish stretched tight over bones long and wrong. Arms that reached down to mid-shin ended in yellow claws. For a heartbeat, no one breathed. My flashlight trembled. The thing quivered. Its chest heaved like it was sucking air through water. Spasmed, coughing silently, head jerking. A noise crawled up its throat. A raspy giggle, old and tar-stained. Then it turned its face toward us, bones cracking under the skin. Two marble-black eyes swallowed my reflection. A jaw hung open. Flesh rotted away so the grin cut ear to ear. Hundreds of needle teeth lined the maw, slick with dark fluid. Howard backed up. A floorboard squealed. The creature snapped upright, at least 8 feet tall, hunched yet towering. My mind shouted, "Run!" long before my legs obeyed. My brother shoved me. We bolted. I hit stairs, stumbled, rolled to the bottom. Momentum yanked me to my feet. Doorway, porch, grass, gate. Shapes blurred. Behind me, the wood house rattled like thunder. My brother yelled for me to drive. Howard dived into the back seat. My brother slammed shotgun door. I jammed the key, floored the gas. As we reversed, headlights lit the gate. The creature crouched atop the bars, watching, lips peeled back in an almost smile. It did not chase. We sped for miles. Nobody spoke. Engines' hum filled the space where screams still echoed. I turned on the radio to drown memory. Tears for Fears crooned about everyone wanting to rule the world. When we dropped Howard at his place, he mumbled goodnight and fled indoors. Anger rose in me, but exhaustion pushed it down. In the driveway, my brother said, voice shaking, "We pretend that never happened." I heard the lie he needed. "Probably some junkie," I said. We both knew better. We crept inside, caught our mother's fury for missing curfew, accepted grounding without protest. Life pretended to move on. I finished finals. He walked graduation. Summer floated near, but my brother began to complain of aches. Muscles cramping, nausea, headaches that pinned him to bed. Doctors found nothing. July brought hospital rooms that smelled of bleach and false hope. Nurses told us he talked about a tall woman haunting his dreams. I never left his side when visiting hours allowed. By August, he rarely opened his eyes. I held his hand as the heart monitor slowed, then flatlined. Grief became my shadow. Weeks slipped away in dim silence. School resumed. My mind stayed bagged in sorrow. But one phrase repeated, "Tall woman." The creature had followed him into sleep and finished what it started. Rage burned hotter each day. When I turned 18 that October, I asked Dad to borrow a rifle. Told him a friend and I were hunting deer. He believed me. I drove alone to the iron gates under a slate sky. Rain misted the windshield. I loaded the rifle, marched through weeds now waist-high, and fired 3 shots skyward. Nothing moved. I shouted curses. No answer. Inside, rot had reclaimed every corner. Furniture lay in splinters, wallpaper peeling. I kicked through each room, climbed stairs, swung door after door. Dust filled my throat, but no monster met my glare. I stepped outside as clouds burst into cold rain. Knees gave way. Rifle slid from my grasp. I whispered apologies to my brother and cried until the storm washed my words into the mud. I never found the thing that killed him, but sometimes, in dreams, I hear laughter like wet gravel, and I wake cold, sure a grin full of needle teeth waits behind the dark. I still wish I could tell him I'm sorry, that I tried, and that I will keep trying until the silence finally answers back. The second floor hallway stretched left and right. The crying came from the far right room, door shut. I shined the beam down. My guts rolled at the distance between us and the stairs. We would have to pass every other door to flee. I tapped Howard's shoulder, tried to pull him back. He ignored me. The sobs grew louder, jagged, desperate. Howard gripped the knob, turned, pushed. The crying stopped. Light spilled across the floorboards. Inside sat a figure, knees to chest, wrapped in lank black hair that pooled around it. Skin the color of dead fish stretched tight over bones long and wrong. Arms that reached down to mid-shin ended in yellow claws. For a heartbeat, no one breathed. My flashlight trembled. The thing quivered. Its chest heaved like it was sucking air through water. Spasmed, coughing silently, head jerking. A noise crawled up its throat. a raspy giggle old and tar-stained. Then it turned its face toward us, bones cracking under the skin. Two marble-black eyes swallowed my reflection. A jaw hung open, flesh rotted away so the grin cut ear to ear. Hundreds of needle teeth lined the maw, slick with dark fluid. Howard backed up. A floorboard squealed. The creature snapped upright, at least 8 feet tall, hunched yet towering. My mind shouted run long before my legs obeyed. My brother shoved me. We bolted. I hit stairs, stumbled, rolled to the bottom. Momentum yanked me to my feet. Doorway, porch, grass, gate. Shapes blurred. Behind me the wood house rattled like thunder. My brother yelled for me to drive. Howard dived into the back seat. My brother slammed shotgun door. I jammed the key, floored the gas. As we reversed, headlights lit the gate. The creature crouched atop the bars, watching, lips peeled back in an almost smile. It did not chase. We sped for miles. Nobody spoke. Engines' hum filled the space where screams still echoed. I turned on the radio to drown memory. Tears for Fears crooned about everyone wanting to rule the world. When we dropped Howard at his place, he mumbled goodnight and fled indoors. Anger rose in me, but exhaustion pushed it down. In the driveway, my brother said, voice shaking, "We pretend that never happened." I heard the lie he needed. "Probably some junkie," I said. We both knew better. We crept inside, caught our mother's fury for missing curfew, accepted grounding without protest. Life pretended to move on. I finished finals. He walked graduation. Summer floated near, but my brother began to complain of aches. Muscles cramping, nausea, headaches that pinned him to bed. Doctors found nothing. July brought hospital rooms that smelled of bleach and false hope. Nurses told us he talked about a tall woman haunting his dreams. I never left his side when visiting hours allowed. By August, he rarely opened his eyes. I held his hand as the heart monitor slowed, then flatlined. Grief became my shadow. Weeks slipped away in dim silence. School resumed. My mind stayed bagged in sorrow. But one phrase repeated, tall woman. The creature had followed him into sleep and finished what it started. Rage burned hotter each day. When I turned 18 that October, I asked Dad to borrow a rifle. Told him a friend and I were hunting deer. He believed me. I drove alone to the iron gates under a slate sky. Rain misted the windshield. I loaded the rifle, marched through weeds now waist-high, and fired 3 shots skyward. Nothing moved. I shouted curses. No answer. Inside, rot had reclaimed every corner. Furniture lay in splinters, wallpaper peeling. I kicked through each room, climbed stairs, swung door after door. Dust filled my throat, but no monster met my glare. I stepped outside as clouds burst into cold rain. Knees gave way. Rifle slid from my grasp. I whispered apologies to my brother and cried until the storm washed my words into the mud. I never found the thing that killed him, but sometimes, in dreams, I hear laughter like wet gravel, and I wake cold. Sure, a grin full of needle teeth waits behind the dark. I still wish I could tell him I'm sorry, that I tried, and that I will keep trying until the silence finally answers back. I have lived my whole life among the low mountains of northeastern Pennsylvania. Most weekends find me hunting, fishing, or camping somewhere in those ridges. I have crossed paths with almost every creature the state can offer, and I am sure there are still things roaming those woods that ordinary people have never named. Late in the summer of 2015, my wife at the time, she grew up on the streets of Trenton, New Jersey, confided she had never slept outdoors. My family decided to show her a gentle, first-timers version of camping. We set up my father's pop-up trailer in the wide backyard behind my parents' cottage, only 25 yards from the porch light. It was hardly roughing it, but it would give her a taste of our country life. For most of the weekend, nothing strange happened. The days were packed with fishing in the pond, hiking the woodlet, swimming in the creek, and roasting marshmallows over a fire after dark. Our 2 mixed-breed labs, Yoshi and Max, chased sticks until they flopped beside the lawn chairs and snored. By Sunday evening, we were ready for one last night in the camper. My father, who trusts the sky more than any weather app, warned that a storm was rolling off the plateau. We only laughed. Rain on thin canvas puts me to sleep faster than any lullaby. We said our goodnights around 10, zipped the dogs into their beds on the floor, and slid under the blanket. After a full day in the water, sleep came quick. Sometime near midnight I surfaced. The tiny trailer rocked in a slow rhythm and distant thunder mumbled to the southwest. I smiled, listened to the rain start, and drifted off again. A sharper crack woke me hard. Lightning must have hit the far side of the pond. My wife shot upright at the same moment, and both dogs erupted in barks. Rain hammered the roof like handfuls of gravel. That was when we heard the footsteps, bare feet slapping the flagstone path from the cottage down toward us. The yard light should have flicked on, but the window stayed pitch black. My wife called out in a shaky voice, "We're coming, Papa Bear," assuming my dad was hurrying to drag us inside. Yoshi, who weighed 125 pounds in his prime, responded by crawling beneath the table with Max. Something slammed the camper door. The whole unit lurched to one side as though a linebacker had thrown his shoulder against it. We screamed. A second impact rocked the roof, followed by a scraping thud, as if whatever stood outside had jumped and landed on top. In the dark I whispered, "I'll send the dogs first, then I'll climb out, then you. Run straight to the cottage and get Dad. Don't stop for anything." She sobbed but nodded. I flung the door wide and shouted, "Yoshi, Max, go!" They bolted. I jumped after them, barefoot, heart pounding, and remembered the campfire hatchet shoved upright in the stump 3 steps away. I grabbed it as my wife tore past, screaming for my father. Porch lights blazed through the downpour, and I lifted my eyes, braced for the thing that had shaken the camper. Nothing stood there. Rain slanted in the wind, trees swayed, but no figure, no shape, no footprints in the mud. My dad staggered out in nothing but boxer shorts, my mother pulling at his arm. At dawn, the storm had blown east. I told the whole story twice while my father frowned. He refuses to believe in anything that doesn't bleed like a deer, so he blamed a big raccoon and said we would look around after coffee. The pop-up sat on a level gravel pad. When I jumped inside, it barely shivered. I rocked my full weight from side to side, solid as a shed. No gust of wind could have tipped it the way we felt. Dad climbed a ladder to check the roof for loose seams. Above the door, pressed into the slick algae, he found for long smudges that ended in rounded tips. "See," he said from the ladder, "raccoon prints." I stared up. Each finger was 7 inches long. He climbed down without another word and went inside for breakfast. Whatever visited us that night walked barefoot in a thunderstorm, leaned its weight against a locked trailer, and left fingerprints too big for any person. I am grateful it left just as quickly. Late April finally brought a taste of warmth to the mountains, and I wanted one good, quiet hike before summer crowds turned every trail to dust. My girlfriend and I aimed for Mount Hood, knowing snow still covered the higher paths. I never mind wet boots, and a little crunch underfoot would keep the crowds away. From the highway we could see fresh ski tracks curling down the slopes, proof that winter still had its claws in the place. We planned a loop to Tamanawas Falls, but the last stretch of that route crosses brittle shale, miserable footing even in July. With snow on top, we would have needed crampons. Instead, we chose a short climb to Mirror Lake, a trail popular enough in summer to feel like a city sidewalk. I guessed we could follow the packed snow without trouble. First, we drove to government camp for lunch. On a weekday, the town is half asleep. A few lift operators on break, a ranger or two, some tired skiers. We ordered burgers and a couple of shots at Charlie's Mountain View. The whiskey would keep us warm, or so we told ourselves. 2 cars sat at the trailhead lot when we arrived. Having that usually busy path almost to ourselves thrilled me. The trail was harder than I expected. A firm skin of ice hid the dirt, and the snow beside it ran 3 to 5 feet deep. Powder so soft that one wrong step meant packing snow down your pant legs. Still, the footprint trench was clear enough to follow, and I refused to bushwhack when a safe line already exists. 5 minutes in we met our first test. A 10-foot footbridge frozen solid. Ice mantled the 4-foot guardrails, slick as oiled glass. Crawling, Hands, knees, boots, was the only way across without tumbling into the creek. Half a dozen little bridges followed, so by the time we reached the uphill stretch my knees were stinging cold. I carried 2 flasks of Fireball and handed one over. Cinnamon heat spread through us. Pain turned to daring. Midday sun slipped between clouds. I peeled off my jacket and let the snow-scented breeze cool my sweat. Silence felt thick enough to lean against, a hush no highway ever allows. Later we learned that quiet was a trick, a curtain hiding something worse. Switchbacks climbed to Mirror Lake. Climbing proved slow. Ice turned every step into a gamble. Once I lost footing and slid backward 20 or 30 feet before a tree halted me. In summer, the lake mirrors Mount Hood, a postcard scene. Now the bowl lay pure white, indistinguishable from shore except where tree trunks marked the edge. Less adventurous hikers had stopped among those trees. We pushed on, hugging the line where dark trunks met white nothing. I splashed through a shallow puddle but shrugged. My boots were soaked already. We took photos, mountain meets blank lake, and found a stout branch to perch on. Whiskey, snow glare, the smell of pines. Perfect. Another trail forked from this lake toward other sites, but waist-deep drifts erased it. Daylight was half gone anyway, so we read a few pages from a paperback and started back. Halfway down, I remarked we had not seen a single hiker, though the parking lot held 2 other cars. Odd, but not unsettling. We followed our own footprints toward the gentle lower flats, where the path winds between meadows and boulders. That was where we heard crying. At first it was faint, high, quavering, almost a bird. Gradually it grew louder. Unmistakably, a man's sobs drifting through the trees. The sound itself felt wrong, though I could not say why. My mind raced. Who would walk off trail, alone, in the snow? Instinct whispered that the situation was twisted in a way logic could not name. I asked my girlfriend if she heard it. She did. It sounded like an adult man weeping somewhere out of sight. I cupped my hands and shouted, "Hello! Do you need help?" Sound died. No wind. No birds. No trickle from the buried creek. Just blank air. The forest around us suddenly felt empty of everything living. Even the distant hush of the highway was gone. An invisible circle opened, and we stood at its center. "Call again," she said. "No," I answered. "We keep walking. We'll phone the ranger station when we get reception." We quickened our pace, unspoken agreement turning caution into urgency. Perhaps a quarter-mile later the crying resumed. Now behind us, still distant. Cold spread inside me deeper than the snow ever managed. A primal chill. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, crunching crust, stirred the quiet. Twigs snapped. The sobbing edged closer until it seemed only 10 yards back. We turned. Something huge hugged a tree trunk. In that instant, a picture burned itself into my mind with perfect, awful clarity. A human shape, no, something wearing a human shape, stood 8 or 9 feet tall. Naked skin looked gray and bruised, stretched tight over long bones. Sparse patches of hair clung to its limbs. A wild beard fused into tangled hair down its back. Cataract-whitened eyes locked onto mine. The thing yawned like a child exaggerating sorrow, and the sob turned guttural. Wet. Teeth, filed flat or worn down, bobbed behind cracked lips. Then it stepped from the trunk, impossibly long stride closing distance, tongue lashing inside that black mouth. I grabbed my girlfriend's sleeve and ran. Bridges flashed underfoot. Somehow we cleared each slick span in single bounds. The ground shook with its chase, heavy footfalls beating the snow. On the 4th bridge, I heard ice shatter and water splash. I risked one glance. The creature had slipped through the crust into the creek. Not deep, but deep enough to slow it. That gave us the lead we needed. We skidded into the lot, yanked doors open, fumbled keys. The engine caught, tires spun. Then we were racing downhill, my hands shaking so hard I could hardly steer. Back in the apartment, we killed half a bottle, talking only when warmth blurred the fear. We guessed the crying was bait, meant to lure hikers off trail or make them reveal themselves by answering. Only then did we recall those 2 other cars still parked when we fled. Next day, I called the ranger station. I claimed we had heard a man crying but could not reach him in the snow. The ranger scolded me for waiting to report. I lied, said we gained cell service only after dark. Thought maybe it was a bird until later. He stayed angry. I accepted it. No news ever surfaced. No missing person, no rescue, nothing. I no longer hike. I hesitate even to cross a dark parking lot. Each winter night I imagine two pale eyes opening among the pines, searching, remembering my voice. My girlfriend wanted to tell friends. I made her swear silence. I will not be the man on television explaining how a monster chased him through the trees. Places like this corner of the internet are the only doors I dare crack. Beyond them, I keep my story locked away, along with the memory of milky pupils and a mouth that wept like a child while it hunted in the snow. The year was 2003, right at the edge of flip phones and burned CDs, a time before anyone carried a camera in a pocket or checked an app for every minor decision. I had just turned 17, which meant two huge milestones fell into place at once: a learner's permit and a part-time job. The permit came first, a slim rectangle of laminated paper with a grainy photo that barely looked like me. The job followed a couple of months later, courtesy of our local supermarket in Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania. To my friends and me, it felt more like a social club that happened to hand out paychecks every other week. We stocked shelves, faced labels, gathered carts, and cracked jokes down every aisle. Those few dollars were only half the reward. The other half was time spent with at least 10 people from my high school lunch table who had all landed the same golden gig. That Wednesday shift was a textbook example of boredom. I spent 6 long hours in dairy, shifting gallon jugs so the expiration dates lined up perfectly, sliding protein drinks into rows, wiping the plastic coolers until they gleamed. Anyone who's worked grocery nights knows the soundtrack. The hum of compressors, the occasional squawk from a distant intercom, wheels rattling on concrete as crates roll by. We tried to liven things with dumb games. How many yogurts can you stack before they avalanche? But the clock still dragged. The only spark of excitement came each time I glanced at the store's glass front and remembered that, after closing, I would climb behind the wheel of my mother's teal Plymouth Voyager. 20 minutes of nighttime driving practice might not thrill a seasoned motorist, yet when you've only had a permit for a few weeks, any extra time on the road feels electric. 9:30 rolled around. The store's metal security shutters rattled down, while the last shopper hurried out with a loaf of bread and windshield washer fluid. I cleaned my hands on a rag that carried the smell of bleach and lettuce, clocked out, and headed for the concrete apron in front where staff usually waited for rides. Night air settled cool and heavy, full of pine scent drifting from the surrounding forests of Monroe County. My breath made small clouds. Headlights swung into the lot. Mom right on schedule, and I hurried over, badge jangling against my chest. Mom clicked the power locks. We traded places. She slid across the passenger, and I adjusted the seat, the mirror, and the column shifter like a pilot prepping for takeoff. She reminded me to ease off the brake gently and keep a feather touch on the steering. Mothers, especially mine, can turn a 15-minute drive into a narrated documentary on safe habits. Still, I could tell she enjoyed letting her oldest child take the wheel. Half of her scolding was theater. The route home threaded through 2 lanes of asphalt hemmed by dark woods and scattered vacation cabins. Mount Pocono shrank behind us, just a handful of street lamps and a smudge of neon. My mother and I traded slices of our days. I talked about a girl from geometry class, Emily or Emma or something beginning with E, who'd started splitting cartons with me in the walk-in cooler. Mom seized on that at once. "Speed check," she interrupted, pressing an invisible brake with her shoe. 40 means 40, not 45. Now, what's this girl's name again? I eased back to 40 and grinned at her tactics. By the time we reached the long gravel lane to our property in Pocono Lake, the conversation wandered from school drama to household chores. The lane itself once belonged to a farm. The farmhouse, built early 20th century, still stood, weather-beaten but solid. White clapboards gone gray, porch sagging a gentle smile. Behind it you could spot the ghosts of the farm's past. An orchard of gnarled apple trees too wild for harvest, a pair of collapsed chicken coops, and, most striking, an antique fire engine left to rust beside the neighbor's split-rail fence. My little brother treated that truck like his personal pirate ship, climbing the ladders, spinning the seized steering wheel, pretending the broken hose could still blast villains off the lawn. We rounded the last bend. The gravel drive pointed straight across a field that rose gently toward our neighbor's house. Mom listened while I detailed a master plan to impress Emily by volunteering for a weekend canned food drive. She cut me off mid-sentence, sharp enough that my heart popped. Her arm shot out, finger stabbing the windshield. What on earth is that? We left Beaumont just after sunset, the sky still smoldering with heat even though the calendar said September. My stepdad had spent the morning welding pipes at the refinery. My mother had wrapped up her shift at the small law office downtown, and my Uncle Ray and Aunt Linda had driven an hour in from Orange to meet us. Nobody wanted to waste a good weekend out at the lease, so despite the late hour we packed coolers, rifles, and enough groceries for 2 days, then squeezed everything, and everyone, into 2 cars. My stepdad's pickup and Uncle Ray's lime green Pinto. The Pinto groaned under the weight of ice chests, bedrolls, and a blue plastic crate stuffed with canned goods. But Uncle Ray promised it could make the drive as long as we took it slow on the Forest Service roads. My little stepbrother, was wedged between a tackle box and a rolled-up sleeping bag in the Pinto's back seat. I sat beside him, tracing my finger across the condensation on the window while the dark swallowed the highway. Every now and then he told me how many squirrels he expected to spot the next day or which fishing lure he thought would bring luck at the creek. I nodded along but kept staring out into the black pine wall sliding past, half expecting to see ghost white deer eyes flash from the timber. Once we left the county highway, the road narrowed to a single lane of cracked asphalt. Pine needles formed dirty drifts along the shoulder, and the scent of resin drifted in through a gap near the doorframe. Dad's red taillights blinked far ahead, a small reassurance that we weren't alone in the dark. The deeper we pushed into the big thicket, the more the night noise thickened. Tree frogs chirring in shrill rhythm, night birds warbling, coyotes yipping in the far distance. I could almost feel the sound resting on my skin like warm rain. A light mist started to streak the windshield as we turned off the pavement onto a rutted dirt road barely wide enough for the Pinto. Uncle Ray slowed to a crawl. Mud puddles filled the tracks left by timber haulers, and water splashed up in gray fans against the fenders. The wipers squeaked, smearing raindrops into creamy arcs that blurred the world into moving charcoal shapes. Every dip in the road tossed me and upward, bumping our heads against the vinyl roof. Aunt Linda, seated up front, braced herself against the dashboard and called out small directions. Left here, Ray, or watch that rut. But mostly she tried to keep the conversation light, humming a gospel tune every so often or asking if he planned to outfish his uncle. After 30 minutes of jostling through slow turns, the road widened slightly, and the bouncing headlights found the hunting cabin. It sat alone on a patch of cleared ground, weather-worn boards silvered by seasons of sun and rain. A single mercury light on a tall power pole threw a pale circle across warped porch planks and a muddy turnaround. Behind the building, pine trunks pressed close, black pillars rising straight into darkness that the light could not touch. The woods felt alive, curious, almost waiting. We parked nose to tail near the cabin's porch. The instant Ray killed the Pinto's engine. The steady hum of tires on mud vanished, replaced by frogs, distant thunder, and dripping leaves. The mist became a low, steady rain. We hurried, hauling bags and bedding up the steps while trying not to slide on the slick boards. Inside, the air smelled of old cedar and cornmeal. A kerosene lantern hung on a hook by the door, but Dad flipped the main breaker in a wooden box and a bare bulb buzzed to life over the kitchen table. The cabin was as simple as a shoebox. Living kitchen area in the middle, bunk rooms on either end, a narrow hallway closing it all like a long straight spine. And I claimed the right-hand bunk room. The top bunk mattress sagged in the middle, but I took it anyway because I liked being closer to the window. That window, half as wide as the bed and just tall enough to frame our shoulders, looked directly out to the downward sloping side yard. Dad warned us to keep it latched no matter what. The place sometimes drew curious raccoons. I snapped the small brass lock, rubbed steam from the pane, and peered out. Rain streaks reflected the yard light in racing silver lines. Beyond the fuzzy circle of that light, nothing moved. Still, a chill slid across my shoulders, so I let the curtain fall. Mom set a pot of instant coffee on the stove for the adults and heated canned tomato soup for me and E. We perched on folding chairs, slurping spoonfuls while the grown-ups talked weekend plans. Dad and Uncle Ray planned to hike 2 miles at dawn to a maple knoll where white-tailed deer sometimes bedded down. The rest of us would sleep late, explore the creek, maybe pick muscadines along the fence line. The talk felt cozy, rain ticking on the roof, kerosene lantern casting buttery light on scrubbed pine walls. When my eyelids drooped, Mom nudged me toward bed. He climbed onto the bottom bunk, burrowed under his sleeping bag, and reminded me to wake him if I heard anything creeping outside so we could watch for raccoons together. I laughed, switched off our room light, and left the door cracked. A thin beam from the hallway bulb settled just wide enough that I could see the ladder rungs. The first stretch of sleep came fast and deep. I remember slipping into a dream of swimming a flooded river, my legs heavy, water cold. Then a sound tore through the dream, E shrieking my name. My eyes snapped open to blackness. No hallway light shone under the door. The cabin generator must have tripped. For half a beat, I thought I was still dreaming. But he screamed again, a ragged, panicked bark that made every hair stand on end. I rolled sideways and dropped my head over the bunk's edge. He wasn't in the bed at all. Moonlight, or what little of it existed behind clouds, paled the window glass just enough that I could see his silhouette 2 feet from the bunk, fists drawn up near his chin, whole body quivering. The curtains were wide open. Something filled the window frame. It pressed nearly flush to the glass, huge and dark, broad enough that no part of the sash showed to either side. I glimpsed coarse brown first slick with rain, then saw a face. Eyes like molten copper, wide apart, set deep in a ridged brow. The nose was flat, nostrils flaring. The mouth formed a grimace too wide, peeled back enough to show a row of teeth that looked fit for snapping bones. Steam fogged part of the glass with each breath it released. A strangled shout clawed from my throat. He stumbled backwards, tripping over a boot and landing hard on his tailbone. I grabbed the side rail of the top bunk, pulled my knees to my chest, and pressed against the wall, as though plaster and pine boards could shield me. The beast's face jerked left, then right, studying us the way a predator might study penned prey. Rainwater beaded on greasy fur, rolling in dark threads down its cheeks. I could not see the full sweep of its shoulders, but the muscles above the collarbone, if such a bone existed in a creature like that, flexed with slow power. Then, as if it sensed the air inside the room surge with panic, it recoiled into darkness. Silence slammed down, broken only by our gasps. A heartbeat later, the cabin exploded with footsteps. Heavy boots pounding the hallway, doors flung wide, barreling voices. Light burst on as the breaker was thrown. A flood of harsh yellow from the hallway, then the main room. Dad's frame filled our door. Uncle Ray skidded to a halt behind him, rifle barrel pointed toward the ceiling. Bear! Uncle Ray barked. He always assumed bear. He tried to answer but only sobbed. I gulped air, pointed at the window and managed, eyes, teeth, too big for a bear. Uncle Ray frowned, stepped to the window, and pushed the curtain aside with the muzzle of the gun. Nothing. He raised the sash 2 inches, sniffed outside rain-sweet air, then slammed it shut. Could be a black bear rubbing for acorns, he muttered. Before anyone replied, an unearthly scream ripped through the night. It came from the yard, raw and resonant, starting in a low growl and building to a furious howling shriek that felt too large for a single throat to hold. The beam of the power pole light quivered. A second howl hammered the walls. I braced instinctively, sure the glass would shatter. Then something struck the pole. The entire cabin lurched as if punched by a giant fist, and the pole lamp blinked out. The sudden darkness inside returned so thick I could not see my own hand. Dad racked around in his rifle. Uncle Ray whispered a curse, grabbed the second rifle from the doorframe, and motioned for Dad. They yanked on coats, stomped into boots, and sprinted out the cabin door into the rain before Mom or Aunt Linda could finish begging them not to. At once the damp, earthy smell of night flooded inside. Frogs stilled, cicadas hushed. Even the rain seemed to pause. Mom herded E and me into the living room, sat us on the threadbare sofa, and shoved a quilt around our shoulders. Aunt Linda snatched 2 kerosene lanterns from a shelf and lit them with shaking hands. The small flames threw dancing rings across the log walls. Mom's eyes darted from window to window, expecting any moment to see that face again. Thunder grumbled low, mingling with distant voices as Dad and Ray shouted to each other outside. Then came heavy bootfalls on the porch, the door banged shut, and they were back, eyes wide and rain running in rivulets down their hats. "Not a bear," Uncle Ray breathed, voice pitched so low I barely caught it. He snapped the deadbolt, rammed the kitchen table against the door, and slid 2 dining chairs sideways as an added brace. Dad's face was ashen. It charged the pole, hit it hard enough to dent the metal. He checked the rifle's safety, leaned close to Mom, and whispered words I couldn't make out. She nodded, swallowed, and pressed her palm to her chest. Aunt Linda licked her lips, voice sharp and too loud in the hush. "Tell the kids it was a bear. You have to tell them it was a bear." No one answered. Time thickened. We huddled by the cold hearth because the living room walls offered the widest view of windows. 2 lanterns cast overlapping pools of gold that flickered whenever the wick fluttered. The adults took turns peering out, rifles at the ready, listening for any break in the patter of rain or crack of twig. Outside, the storm built in steady sheets, drumming on the tin roof until conversation was pointless. Lightning flashed once, then again, splashing the yard in white and revealing nothing except swirling mist and the slumped Pinto. At some point, fatigue loosened my muscles and my eyes drooped. Mom urged us to lie on the sofa cushions, though she herself sat upright, hand on my knee, body rigid. I must have drifted because I jerked awake to a faint clatter, the lantern chimney tapping against its frame. Dad stood at the front window, shoulders sagged, dawn's first gray light filtering in behind him. Rain had slowed to a fine drizzle. A decision swept the room without discussion. We would not stay another hour. Mom and Aunt Linda crammed food back into coolers. Uncle Ray kicked wet ashes from last night's fire across the hearth in an automatic ritual of tidying. Soon we filed out to the yard. My breath caught. The power pole's metal sheath bore a fist-sized dent 7 feet up. 2 wood chips lay beside it, gouged from impact, as though something had hit low, then raked upward. Beneath the boys' window, the muddy ground showed a depression wider than a turkey platter. Rainwater pooled inside, pelting and distorting the shape. Yet even blurred, I knew the print was huge. Dad set his coffee cup on the sill and stretched his palm against the mark. His fingers filled only half the space. We trudged to the Pinto. He paused first, pointing at the passenger side. The top of the front quarter panel caved in a handbreadth. Paint bowed downward as if from a massive weight. 2 broad smudges swept across the windshield, streaked with silt and pine pollen. Something had leaned in close, maybe searching the cabin's interior. Uncle Ray's jaw tightened. He lifted his pocket knife, scraped a bit of mud from the glass, sniffed it, then flicked it away without comment. Dad studied the ground between the porch and the car, hoping for prints. Rain had erased sharp edges, but one long trench remained, almost a drag mark, leading from the car toward the tree line. Whatever beast owned it had claws heavy enough to cut channels through sandy clay even underwater. A low branch near the boys' window hung broken, fresh sap bleeding from the tear. Dad measured its height with his rifle barrel, at least 8 feet up. "Bear couldn't reach without rearing on hind legs," he muttered. Uncle Ray only shook his head. In silent urgency, we stowed gear. Mom tried starting the Pinto, and for one horrifying second the engine lugged, but it kicked over and settled into its customary anxious whine. Dad's truck idled nearby. They positioned the vehicle's nose to tail again and told us to stay inside until both engines were rolling. As we drove down the muddy track, early sun breaking though low clouds, I kept my face to the rear windows. The cabin shrank behind curtains of pine boughs, then vanished. I searched every shadow for movement, for copper eyes or a bristling silhouette, but the only thing I saw was a pair of crows hopping along the rut, indifferent to our passing. An hour later, we hit blacktop. With every mile, the tension bled from shoulders and jaws, but no one talked. I expected conversation once we hit the highway, jokes maybe, or secret reassurances whispered between adults. Instead, silence lingered, fragile as a wasp's wing, until Beaumont's outskirts rose in haze and the refinery stacks stamped white steam into sky. Only then did Mom finally breathe out, pat my knee, and tell me to catch some sleep. Monday morning at school, E told a friend we'd seen a bear. I repeated the story, correcting details, how big it was, how the lightning might have made its face look strange. The friend believed it or wanted to. At home, though, I caught Dad and Uncle Ray on the carport, voices hushed. "Not a bear," Uncle Ray said again. "Too tall, too strong." Dad answered something I couldn't hear, but I read the line of his shoulders, the set of his jaw. "We won't go back there. Not with the boys." Years drifted by. I grew tall enough to heft my own rifle, learned deer trails and hog signs, and eventually stopped fearing every snap of twigs in the dark. But sometimes, after midnight storms when wind rattles windows, my mind drags me back to that cabin. I see rain streaks on glass, copper eyes glowing, lips peeling to bare teeth. Something wild and old pressing its face to the pane, curious about tiny humans curled on bunks inside. I still camp, still hike, still know the pull of East Texas pine country. Yet whenever I choose a campsite these days, I pause, measure the ground, and note every window's height from the earth before I fall asleep. I grew up on a wide piece of land that sat between rolling hills and the first dark rows of old timber. My earliest memories are steady and bright. My mother braiding my hair on the porch, cicadas buzzing high in the pecan tree, and my father moving with quiet ease across our yard, a hunting rifle resting in the bend of one arm. Neighbors were far away, and the only lights at night were the stars, the faint glow from our kitchen window, and sometimes a lantern my dad carried when he checked fence lines before bed. Mom says he took me into the woods almost as soon as I could walk. He would tuck me into a frame backpack, whisper the names of every tree we passed, and stop long enough for me to pat the rough bark or taste the sharp smell of pine sap on my fingers. I do not remember those days, only the warmth of his flannel shirt against my cheek and the deep thump of his heartbeat when I dozed against his back. We had a small room at home that everyone called the trophy room, though my mother preferred to keep the door closed. 2 sets of antlers hung above the fireplace, and a neat line of polished skulls rested on a shelf near the ceiling. When I was 5, Dad showed me how to trace each ridge on a deer's horn, what every groove and scar might mean, how age and diet left their marks. For him, it was never about boasting or piling up heads. It was about learning. He said a hunter should respect what the forest gave and never take more than needed. He also said the land keeps secrets in her shadowed places, secrets best left alone, and you listen by staying quiet. I learned to walk without snapping twigs, to read the direction of the wind by watching how grass bends, and to spot the flick of a white tail long before a deer decides whether to flee or freeze. Then, one winter night, my father came home late. He set his rifle on the porch table, eased off his boots, and rubbed mud from the toes with slow, shaking hands. Mom reached for his coat, but he stopped her. Without a word, he carried every mount from the trophy room to the barn. He wrapped them in burlap and sealed them in aging trunks that once held cornmeal. The guns disappeared, too. Some went to neighbors, others to a secondhand store in town. He kept only one, a bolt-action rifle with a stiff scope and a stock so worn it felt soft as soapstone. He said that one belonged to me when I grew big enough to hold it steady and keep its barrel pointed only where I intended. After that night, he never entered the woods again. If I asked why, he'd smooth my hair and say the forest had given him everything he needed and it was time to let her rest. When I pushed harder, he would only tighten his jaw, stare at the tree lean, and change the subject to chores or school. By the time I turned 13, the quiet rules that shaped my childhood felt heavy on my shoulders. I still loved the sound of wind in the limbs and the way a stream hushed the world to a single note, but I wanted to stand alone under those branches. My best friend's father hunted wild hogs in the low marsh, and he invited us along each November. Under his supervision, I dressed my first deer, hands trembling yet certain while steam rose from fresh muscle into the cold air. Those trips fed something in me that I cannot name. Part hunger, part wonder, part respect. So, when autumn came again, orange leaves piling against the porch rails, I told my parents I planned to hunt solo. Mom worried. Dad watched me pack and repack, testing flashlights, counting bullets, cleaning the old bolt action so it gleamed. When he finally spoke, his voice was calm and far away. "Take what you need, son," he said. "But listen to the hush between the noises. That's where lessons hide." His old treehouse still stood in a tall sweet gum half a mile from the back pasture, hidden by vines and a thick patch of sumac. The boards sagged, nails rusted through, and a storm had peeled part of the roof. I used it a few times, but it felt unsafe. Instead, I dove into a new idea that had captured my imagination after too many nights playing video games. The ghillie suit. I raided Dad's abandoned camo jackets, clipped lengths of burlap, and spent evenings stitching pockets and loops. Into those loops I tied grass blades, oak leaves, broken pine twigs, anything that matched the woods behind our property. When I was done, the suit looked like a heap of yard waste. But when I sprawled on the ground, I all but vanished, which filled me with a sweet surge of pride. Saturday arrived cool and windless. I ate early, checked that the safety on my new Glock read firm and reliable, and laid my other tools on the kitchen table. A sturdy knife sharpened the night before, a small shovel to bury remains, a flashlight with spare batteries, a compact first aid pouch, and the rifle. Dad watched from the doorway, arms crossed. He asked if I remembered every rule. I recited them. Know your target, keep the muzzle down until you shoot, track the wind, never waste a life, come home before the night grows thick. He nodded, tightened a strap on my pack, and said he loved me. Then I stepped into the evening. Light faded fast under the canopy. I walked deeper than I planned, searching for a strip of flat ground bordered by cedar. When I found a gentle rise that overlooked a deer trail, I brushed aside leaves, marked a tree with pink ribbon so I could find my gear later, and slid onto my belly. The earth smelled rich, sharp with the scent of decaying leaves. I called my girlfriend for a quick laugh and a taste of courage. She teased me about my leaf-covered suit, told me I looked ridiculous but handsome, and blew a kiss through the speaker. When the call ended, I pulled the hood forward to break the shape of my head, steadied the rifle on crossed arms, and surrendered to patience. Time crawled. At first squirrels chattered overhead, and a lone owl called somewhere down the creek. Then, little by little, everything settled into stillness as thick as fog. My watch told me 3 hours slipped by. I flexed my fingers to keep blood moving, refusing to shift my hips even when muscles cramped. The night deepened, and clouds drifted across a thin moon until darkness pressed so heavy I could not see my own boots. Just when I thought my plan had failed, a shape emerged from the scrub brush 20 yards away. I grew up on a wide piece of land that sat between rolling hills and the first dark rows of old timber. My earliest memories are steady and bright. My mother braiding my hair on the porch, cicadas buzzing high in the pecan tree, and my father moving with quiet ease across our yard, a hunting rifle resting in the bend of one arm. Neighbors were far away, and the only lights at night were the stars, the faint glow from our kitchen window, and sometimes a lantern my dad carried when he checked fence lines before bed. Mom says he took me into the woods almost as soon as I could walk. He would tuck me into a frame backpack, whisper the names of every tree we passed, and stop long enough for me to pat the rough bark or taste the sharp smell of pine sap on my fingers. I do not remember those days, only the warmth of his flannel shirt against my cheek and the deep thump of his heartbeat when I dozed against his back. We had a small room at home that everyone called the trophy room, though my mother preferred to keep the door closed. 2 sets of antlers hung above the fireplace, and a neat line of polished skulls rested on a shelf near the ceiling. When I was 5, Dad showed me how to trace each ridge on a deer's horn, what every groove and scar might mean, how age and diet left their marks. For him, it was never about boasting or piling up heads. It was about learning. He said a hunter should respect what the forest gave and never take more than needed. He also said the land keeps secrets in her shadowed places. Secrets best left alone, and you listen by staying quiet. I learned to walk without snapping twigs, to read the direction of the wind by watching how grass bends, and to spot the flick of a white tail long before a deer decides whether to flee or freeze. Then, one winter night, my father came home late. He set his rifle on the porch table, eased off his boots, and rubbed mud from the toes with slow, shaking hands. Mom reached for his coat, but he stopped her. Without a word, he carried every mount from the trophy room to the barn. He wrapped them in burlap and sealed them in aging trunks that once held cornmeal. The guns disappeared, too. Some went to neighbors, others to a second-hand store in town. He kept only one, a bolt-action rifle with a stiff scope and a stock so worn it felt soft as soapstone. He said that one belonged to me when I grew big enough to hold it steady and keep its barrel pointed only where I intended. After that night, he never entered the woods again. If I asked why, he'd smooth my hair and say the forest had given him everything he needed and it was time to let her rest. When I pushed harder, he would only tighten his jaw, stare at the treeline, and change the subject to chores or school. By the time I turned 13, the quiet rules that shaped my childhood felt heavy on my shoulders. I still loved the sound of wind in the limbs and the way a stream hushed the world to a single note, but I wanted to stand alone under those branches. My best friend's father hunted wild hogs in the low marsh, and he invited us along each November. Under his supervision, I dressed my first deer, hands trembling yet certain while steam rose from fresh muscle into the cold air. Those trips fed something in me that I cannot name. Part hunger, part wonder, part respect. So, when autumn came again, orange leaves piling against the porch rails, I told my parents I planned to hunt solo. Mom worried. Dad watched me pack and repack, testing flashlights, counting bullets, cleaning the old bolt action so it gleamed. When he finally spoke, his voice was calm and far away. "Take what you need, son," he said. "But listen to the hush between the noises. That's where lessons hide." His old treehouse still stood in a tall sweet gum half a mile from the back pasture, hidden by vines and a thick patch of sumac. The boards sagged, nails rusted through, and a storm had peeled part of the roof. I used it a few times, but it felt unsafe. Instead, I dove into a new idea that had captured my imagination after too many nights playing video games: the ghillie suit. I raided Dad's abandoned camo jackets, clipped lengths of burlap, and spent evenings stitching pockets and loops. Into those loops, I tied grass blades, oak leaves, broken pine twigs, anything that matched the woods behind our property. When I was done, the suit looked like a heap of yard waste. But when I sprawled on the ground, I all but vanished, which filled me with a sweet surge of pride. Saturday arrived cool and windless. I ate early, checked that the safety on my new Glock read firm and reliable, and laid my other tools on the kitchen table. A sturdy knife sharpened the night before, a small shovel to bury remains, a flashlight with spare batteries, a compact first aid pouch, and the rifle. Dad watched from the doorway, arms crossed. He asked if I remembered every rule. I recited them. Know your target, keep the muzzle down until you shoot, track the wind, never waste a life, come home before the night grows thick. He nodded, tightened a strap on my pack, and said he loved me. Then I stepped into the evening. Light faded fast under the canopy. I walked deeper than I planned, searching for a strip of flat ground bordered by cedar. When I found a gentle rise that overlooked a deer trail, I brushed aside leaves, marked a tree with pink ribbon so I could find my gear later, and slid onto my belly. The earth smelled rich, sharp with the scent of decaying leaves. I called my girlfriend for a quick laugh and a taste of courage. She teased me about my leaf-covered suit, told me I looked ridiculous but handsome, and blew a kiss through the speaker. When the call ended, I pulled the hood forward to break the shape of my head, steadied the rifle on crossed arms, and surrendered to patience. Time crawled. At first, squirrels chattered overhead, and a lone owl called somewhere down the creek. Then, little by little, everything settled into stillness as thick as fog. My watch told me 3 hours slipped by. I flexed my fingers to keep blood moving, refusing to shift my hips even when muscles cramped. The night deepened, and clouds drifted across a thin moon until darkness pressed so heavy I could not see my own boots. Just when I thought my plan had failed, a shape emerged from the scrub brush 20 yards away. I grew up on a wide piece of land that sat between rolling hills and the first dark rows of old timber. My earliest memories are steady and bright. My mother braiding my hair on the porch, cicadas buzzing high in the pecan tree, and my father moving with quiet ease across our yard, a hunting rifle resting in the bend of one arm. Neighbors were far away, and the only lights at night were the stars, the faint glow from our kitchen window, and sometimes a lantern my dad carried when he checked fence lines before bed. Mom says he took me into the woods almost as soon as I could walk. He would tuck me into a frame backpack, whisper the names of every tree we passed, and stop long enough for me to pat the rough bark or taste the sharp smell of pine sap on my fingers. I do not remember those days, only the warmth of his flannel shirt against my cheek and the deep thump of his heartbeat when I dozed against his back. We had a small room at home that everyone called the trophy room, though my mother preferred to keep the door closed. 2 sets of antlers hung above the fireplace, and a neat line of polished skulls rested on a shelf near the ceiling. When I was 5, Dad showed me how to trace each ridge on a deer's horn, what every groove and scar might mean, how age and diet left their marks. For him, it was never about boasting or piling up heads. It was about learning. He said a hunter should respect what the forest gave and never take more than needed. He also said the land keeps secrets in her shadowed places, secrets best left alone, and you listen by staying quiet. I learned to walk without snapping twigs, to read the direction of the wind by watching how grass bends, and to spot the flick of a white tail long before a deer decides whether to flee or freeze. Then, one winter night, my father came home late. He set his rifle on the porch table, eased off his boots, and rubbed mud from the toes with slow, shaking hands. Mom reached for his coat, but he stopped her. Without a word, he carried every mount from the trophy room to the barn. He wrapped them in burlap and sealed them in aging trunks that once held cornmeal. The guns disappeared, too. Some went to neighbors, others to a secondhand store in town. He kept only one, a bolt-action rifle with a stiff scope and a stock so worn it felt soft as soapstone. He said that one belonged to me when I grew big enough to hold it steady and keep its barrel pointed only where I intended. After that night, he never entered the woods again. If I asked why, he'd smooth my hair and say the forest had given him everything he needed and it was time to let her rest. When I pushed harder, he would only tighten his jaw, stare at the tree lean, and change the subject to chores or school. By the time I turned 13, the quiet rules that shaped my childhood felt heavy on my shoulders. I still loved the sound of wind in the limbs and the way a stream hushed the world to a single note, but I wanted to stand alone under those branches. My best friend's father hunted wild hogs in the low marsh, and he invited us along each November. Under his supervision, I dressed my first deer, hands trembling yet certain while steam rose from fresh muscle into the cold air. Those trips fed something in me that I cannot name. Part hunger, part wonder, part respect. So, when autumn came again, orange leaves piling against the porch rails, I told my parents I planned to hunt solo. Mom worried. Dad watched me pack and repack, testing flashlights, counting bullets, cleaning the old bolt action so it gleamed. When he finally spoke, his voice was calm and far away. "Take what you need, son," he said. "But listen to the hush between the noises. That's where lessons hide." His old treehouse still stood in a tall sweet gum half a mile from the back pasture, hidden by vines and a thick patch of sumac. The boards sagged, nails rusted through, and a storm had peeled part of the roof. I used it a few times, but it felt unsafe. Instead, I dove into a new idea that had captured my imagination after too many nights playing video games: the ghillie suit. I raided Dad's abandoned camo jackets, clipped lengths of burlap, and spent evenings stitching pockets and loops. Into those loops, I tied grass blades, oak leaves, broken pine twigs, anything that matched the woods behind our property. When I was done, the suit looked like a heap of yard waste, but when I sprawled on the ground, I all but vanished, which filled me with a sweet surge of pride. Saturday arrived cool and windless. I ate early, checked that the safety on my new Glock read firm and reliable, and laid my other tools on the kitchen table. A sturdy knife sharpened the night before, a small shovel to bury remains, a flashlight with spare batteries, a compact first aid pouch, and the rifle. Dad watched from the doorway, arms crossed. He asked if I remembered every rule. I recited them. Know your target, keep the muzzle down until you shoot, track the wind, never waste a life, come home before the night grows thick. He nodded, tightened a strap on my pack, and said he loved me. Then I stepped into the evening. Light faded fast under the canopy. I walked deeper than I planned, searching for a strip of flat ground bordered by cedar. When I found a gentle rise that overlooked a deer trail, I brushed aside leaves, marked a tree with pink ribbon so I could find my gear later, and slid onto my belly. The earth smelled rich, sharp with the scent of decaying leaves. I called my girlfriend for a quick laugh and a taste of courage. She teased me about my leaf-covered suit, told me I looked ridiculous but handsome, and blew a kiss through the speaker. When the call ended, I pulled the hood forward to break the shape of my head, steadied the rifle on crossed arms, and surrendered to patience. Time crawled. At first squirrels chattered overhead, and a lone owl called somewhere down the creek. Then, little by little, everything settled into stillness as thick as fog. My watch told me 3 hours slipped by. I flexed my fingers to keep blood moving, refusing to shift my hips even when muscles cramped. The night deepened, and clouds drifted across a thin moon until darkness pressed so heavy I could not see my own boots. Just when I thought my plan had failed, a shape emerged from the scrub brush 20 yards away. I grew up on a wide piece of land that sat between rolling hills and the first dark rows of old timber. My earliest memories are steady and bright. My mother braiding my hair on the porch, cicadas buzzing high in the pecan tree, and my father moving with quiet ease across our yard, a hunting rifle resting in the bend of one arm. Neighbors were far away, and the only lights at night were the stars, the faint glow from our kitchen window, and sometimes a lantern my dad carried when he checked fence lines before bed. Mom says he took me into the woods almost as soon as I could walk. He would tuck me into a frame backpack, whisper the names of every tree we passed, and stop long enough for me to pat the rough bark or taste the sharp smell of pine sap on my fingers. I do not remember those days, only the warmth of his flannel shirt against my cheek and the deep thump of his heartbeat when I dozed against his back. We had a small room at home that everyone called the trophy room, though my mother preferred to keep the door closed. 2 sets of antlers hung above the fireplace, and a neat line of polished skulls rested on a shelf near the ceiling. When I was 5, Dad showed me how to trace each ridge on a deer's horn, what every groove and scar might mean, how age and diet left their marks. For him, it was never about boasting or piling up heads. It was about learning. He said a hunter should respect what the forest gave and never take more than needed. He also said the land keeps secrets in her shadowed places, secrets best left alone, and you listen by staying quiet. I learned to walk without snapping twigs, to read the direction of the wind by watching how grass bends, and to spot the flick of a white tail long before a deer decides whether to flee or freeze. Then, one winter night, my father came home late. He set his rifle on the porch table, eased off his boots, and rubbed mud from the toes with slow, shaking hands. Mom reached for his coat, but he stopped her. Without a word, he carried every mount from the trophy room to the barn. He wrapped them in burlap and sealed them in aging trunks that once held cornmeal. The guns disappeared, too. Some went to neighbors, others to a secondhand store in town. He kept only one, a bolt-action rifle with a stiff scope and a stock so worn it felt soft as soapstone. He said that one belonged to me when I grew big enough to hold it steady and keep its barrel pointed only where I intended. After that night, he never entered the woods again. If I asked why, he'd smooth my hair and say the forest had given him everything he needed and it was time to let her rest. When I pushed harder, he would only tighten his jaw, stare at the tree lean, and change the subject to chores or school. By the time I turned 13, the quiet rules that shaped my childhood felt heavy on my shoulders. I still loved the sound of wind in the limbs and the way a stream hushed the world to a single note, but I wanted to stand alone under those branches. My best friend's father hunted wild hogs in the low marsh, and he invited us along each November. Under his supervision, I dressed my first deer, hands trembling yet certain while steam rose from fresh muscle into the cold air. Those trips fed something in me that I cannot name. Part hunger, part wonder, part respect. So, when autumn came again, orange leaves piling against the porch rails, I told my parents I planned to hunt solo. Mom worried. Dad watched me pack and repack, testing flashlights, counting bullets, cleaning the old bolt action so it gleamed. When he finally spoke, his voice was calm and far away. "Take what you need, son," he said. "But listen to the hush between the noises. That's where lessons hide." His old treehouse still stood in a tall sweet gum half a mile from the back pasture, hidden by vines and a thick patch of sumac. The boards sagged, nails rusted through, and a storm had peeled part of the roof. I used it a few times, but it felt unsafe. Instead, I dove into a new idea that had captured my imagination after too many nights playing video games. The ghillie suit. I raided Dad's abandoned camo jackets, clipped lengths of burlap, and spent evenings stitching pockets and loops. Into those loops I tied grass blades, oak leaves, broken pine twigs, anything that matched the woods behind our property. When I was done, the suit looked like a heap of yard waste. But when I sprawled on the ground, I all but vanished, which filled me with a sweet surge of pride. Saturday arrived cool and windless. I ate early, checked that the safety on my new Glock read firm and reliable, and laid my other tools on the kitchen table. A sturdy knife sharpened the night before, a small shovel to bury remains, a flashlight with spare batteries, a compact first aid pouch, and the rifle. Dad watched from the doorway, arms crossed. He asked if I remembered every rule. I recited them. Know your target, keep the muzzle down until you shoot, track the wind, never waste a life, come home before the night grows thick. He nodded, tightened a strap on my pack, and said he loved me. Then I stepped into the evening. Light faded fast under the canopy. I walked deeper than I planned, searching for a strip of flat ground bordered by cedar. When I found a gentle rise that overlooked a deer trail, I brushed aside leaves, marked a tree with pink ribbon so I could find my gear later, and slid onto my belly. The earth smelled rich, sharp with the scent of decaying leaves. I called my girlfriend for a quick laugh and a taste of courage. She teased me about my leaf-covered suit, told me I looked ridiculous but handsome, and blew a kiss through the speaker. When the call ended, I pulled the hood forward to break the shape of my head, steadied the rifle on crossed arms, and surrendered to patience. Time crawled. At first squirrels chattered overhead, and a lone owl called somewhere down the creek. Then, little by little, everything settled into stillness as thick as fog. My watch told me 3 hours slipped by. I flexed my fingers to keep blood moving, refusing to shift my hips even when muscles cramped. The night deepened, and clouds drifted across a thin moon until darkness pressed so heavy I could not see my own boots. Just when I thought my plan had failed, a shape emerged from the scrub brush 20 yards away.